or like the plight of like kind of mixed race people in
biracial,
general?
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. What about it?
I don't want to see, but again, I don't want to. I'm not trying to piss anybody off. Okay.
Well, you're way too late for that, so let's not worry about that. Okay.
The last group of people on the planet that I'm worried about in terms of what they think about me is black men. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. If I was worried about that, like I would be like in Siberia somewhere. I don't care what black men have to say or think or like.
Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. It's a little problematic when you speak like that. No.
No, but think about it. If I did care, what do you think that would do to me?
I mean, like, we should care about what we should care about what all of our brothers and sisters think about us, right?
Okay. Don't do that. Don't do that. Listen,
no, but no, wait, hold on, wait. Seriously though, you can't just say I don't care what all black men think, right? That's a little fucking mean, right?
But I'm talking about a specific demographic. I'm talking.
Okay,
about
wait,
black
then you
men
can say that. Say that specific demographic, but we can't just say I don't care what any black men think, right? That's kind of fucked up.
I thought that it was tacitly implied. I don't care about what degenerate black males think about me. Okay. I don't care about what like this specific demographic, the ones who subscribe to Red Pill and the
okay, that's fine. Yeah, Red Pill black dudes, whatever, all that shit. That's fine. I agree with that. Okay.
But as a general matter,
welcome everybody to the first game.
I respect any and everybody. I promise you, I do. Like if you saw me in the workplace, you saw me at school. Like I'm a respectful person. I'm actually very funny. I think I'm funny. People have told me.
Put a picture of his dog on. I was going to say a lot of people predict DRX, expect the 5 games, but Drake doesn't go bug.
And I care about the people that care about me. And I'm like, I will defend them fiercely to the death. And I love hard, but I'm also not someone who you can like, you can't just say anything you want to me. Like it doesn't work like that. It never has and it never will. I've gotten better. So I've gotten to a point where I can be like, oh, I know where this is going. I know what type of time you're on. I'm going to keep it moving. And I can kind of, like, I maneuver out of those situations. Whereas when I was younger, I probably would have been screaming at that last caller, like all night. It would like, but I've gotten to a point where I'm like, oh, you like it's the same old. So it's like, yeah, I know how to test the temperature of the room. I kind of understand now. So I've gotten better. But I do care about what people, I care about people, generally speaking, and I obviously, I care about what people think of me, but only to the extent that I have a relationship with them and I respect them and I love them. Outside of that, it's like, yeah, people are going to have opinions of you that you're not going to like. That is life.
Sure, and I understand that. I'm just saying that for me, like, it might be okay in a group of friends to say that, like, I don't care what black men think, but on a larger platform, I have to be a little bit more responsible, right? I can't just, because that's, yeah, it just comes across a little different in, like, a larger platform, right?
Yeah, no, I respect that. And I'm sorry. I don't want to, this is not going to get you in trouble.
No, it's not. I don't care about getting in trouble. It's not that. I just want to make sure that, like, that I just don't want to have the impression that I'm like chill with people coming on and being like, I don't give a fuck about black men or whatever. Like, it's not like a.
Listen, if it's any consolation, you've been extremely cavalier. No, I should say, been copying a plea for black men. You're like black men's public defender, and you've been doing an okay job. So I hope that's a consolation. Like if anybody watches this stream, they're not going to be like, oh, he's a white supremacist. They're going to be like, oh yeah, no, he can come to the cookout.
Okay, that's all I really wanted. Okay, so thank you. Okay, I appreciate it. All right, we're moving on from black men. You had other issues you want to talk about. Is there anything else you want to chat about? Yeah, while we're here.
What did you think about that conversation yesterday with the that's kind of biracial plight?
That's a way too broad a question. I suck at answering those. What did I think about a conversation? More specifically, like, do I think that like biracial people have like a unique place that they occupy that makes it hard for them to associate with people, or what do you mean? Or like, what is more specifically? Yeah.
So what I found interesting when I just listening yesterday, and because and I can't remember everything verbatim, but I do remember she said that when she's in, I think she said it's like she doesn't have a group that she can really fully integrate and identify with. And I know a lot of biracial people. I'm not biracial myself, but I know a lot of biracial people. I know I'm like light skinned, I have green eyes, so it's very deceiving, but I'm not actually, I'm not biracial, but
hello.
The biracial people that I know, I think what I sort of wonder is,
Huh?
Ich habe gerade die Anstalt angeschaut.
Oh, ich hab's nur nicht ganz gesehen. Bin gestern Abend.
Erschreckend. Thema Übergewinnsteuer, ist das eigentlich noch ein Thema? Du als informierter Mensch.
FDP hat's halt ziemlich abgeschossen.
Wer hat's abgeschossen?
FDP, der Herr Lindner glaubt nicht, dass es das gibt. Und wie definiert man sowas überhaupt? Ab wann ist ein Gewinn ein Übergewinn?
Zum Beispiel, wenn man das Zehnfache verdient, wie im Vorjahr.
Ja. Aber deshalb mag ich
Ich bin mal noch
FDP.
kurz auf dem Klo.
Why can't biracial people kind of biracial is its own category. It's its own group.
The problem is it doesn't often get treated like its own group by different groups of people, and the sometimes being treated like a different group, oftentimes what happens is you don't get treated like your own group, you get treated like no group. I think that's the issue that biracial people have.
Right, but if they want to be recognized as being a sort of distinct group and not feel like they have to choose or not feel like they don't have
Ich weiß gerade gar nicht viel. Matze hat gestern so anklingen lassen, dass er es eigentlich live sehen will.
Philipp hat's schon gesehen.
Philipp hat's schon gesehen. Ach, ich glaube, wir starten einfach, oder?
Ja, wahrscheinlich. Meinst du, dass Nino jetzt beleidigt ist? Nee, oder?
Nö, denke ich nicht. Aber der wird halt immer lieber was machen, als das so zu gucken.
Ja, hat er generell ja recht. Deshalb aber, ja, ich hätte auch lieber gern was gemacht, aber dadurch, dass jetzt Philipp und Matze schon gesehen haben, aber ich dann auch noch Erkältung habe, macht es halt wenig Sinn. Außer ihr habt Bock auf eine Woche daheim bleiben. Dann diesmal einen ganz seltsamen Verlauf.
Was?
Ganz hat am Donnerstag angefangen. Dann ist ja normal so, wenn es am ersten Tag so leicht im Hals merkt, schon in der Nase. Dann ist es am nächsten Tag ja so meistens so am extremsten, oder?
Was?
So ein Krankheitsverlauf von einer Erkältung. Du merkst meistens am Vortag und dann hast du entweder eine scheiß Nacht oder du merkst am nächsten Tag richtig. Oder? Dann wird es langsam weniger.
Oh, nicht immer. Nee, bei mir nicht immer. Bei mir ist es auch manchmal deutlich schlimmer, war erst.
Weil bei mir war es jetzt vorgestern war es relativ harmlos und jetzt heute habe ich das Gefühl gehabt, dass ich deutlich mehr zugeschleimt war.
Aber mein erstes Beispiel wäre Bronchitis. Ich weiß nicht, ob das gilt.
Ja,
keine
Bronchitis
so
ist es
normale Grippe. Das ist halt keine so normale Grippe. Ich starte mal.
To the first game of the 2022 World Finals. I'm Captain Flowers. I got
Qualität ist aber, glaube ich, relativ schlecht.
and we're already jumping into the draft. It's the Kali and Sejuani banned by T1. Meanwhile, those draft demands mentioned by Jack, the Yumi, the Lucian, those are banned out by
Qualität ist
DRX.
gerade
We're
hochgegangen.
expecting a Caitlyn here too.
Yeah, 2 bot lane bans already straight into the deep end of the draft. Now DRX, do they really want to leave the Caitlyn open? The Ashe is taken away. Ashe Heimerdinger would be your pushing lane into the Caitlyn Lux.
Ich wundert sich Philipp, wenn wir da ist, der wird eigentlich wach bleiben.
Is open. They could also
Den Schlafrhythmus fixen. Bin heute um 6:30 oder so aufgewacht. Hab dann auch noch ein TFT-Game gemacht, so um 7, halb 8 herum. Philipp war da noch wach.
Und da hast du mit ihm geschrieben, oder wie?
Waren im TS und haben eine Runde zockt.
Have their own identity, then they do have to like they kind of do. They have to organize in a very particular way with other.
That's the challenge, though, right? Is that like biracial people, depending on where you're at, are never going to have that same type of acceptance that a white person will have for another white person, and might not get that same type of acceptance that like you know.
No, that's my point. No, yeah. Steven, that's my point. My point is the black community is different, and this I kind of go back and forth with how I feel about this. The black community, any percentage of black you're in. Like,
wait, hold on. I don't think that's true. You might be treated that way by a white person. No, hold on. It's not.
But what? You're telling me?
Okay, first of all, I don't even believe you that you haven't had people treat you that way, because you are very light-skinned. There's no way that you haven't had people make comments about you being mixed race, or you haven't had that experience in certain black communities, no?
No, I've had people ask me for sure, like, oh, what are you? Like that kind of a racial ambiguity. I've definitely encountered that. But in terms of like the not knowing where I belong, not having that identity, I've never, like, I don't have that plight. I've never had that plight. And my upbringing, the way that I was raised is different than the way that a biracial person is raised. But my point is, biracial people don't have to choose to be in the black community or the white community. Black people overwhelmingly will accept them and sort of ingratiate them into the black community just based on the fact that they're half black. But I think that it would probably be more advantageous for biracial people to just have their own, like, they are their own category.
Do you think that this might only be true in like Canadian black culture? Do you think this might not necessarily?
Sound wieder gut sein.
Okay. Okay, listen. We got to talk about something besides racial stuff, because I just can't be. I can only repeat what I've heard from other biracial people. I don't have the biracial experience, so I don't know. I can't disagree with you. I don't know what I'm supposed to say here.
Wait, hold on. You don't think that it's possible for biracial people to sort of like organize and support each other and create and sort of create their own community for them to? Like, you don't think that's possible?
Yeah, I think it's difficult because we don't usually ask people to create their own communities. People are generally born into communities that accept them, right? It's hard to tell people to just like make their own.
But if they're struggling with their identity, their racial identity, because they belong to two separate races.
Okay, krass.
Ja, aber so kannst ich glaube, so kannst du lassen.
Ich habe noch ein paar Optionen. So, besser.
Also, irgendwas passt noch nicht ganz hundertprozentig. Sag mir mal was.
Hallo, hallo, hallo. Wie geht's dir denn heute?
Auch so kannst du lassen.
Hallo, hallo, hallo. Wie geht's dir denn heute?
Ich glaube, ich mache mir noch eine Pizza. Wird Heimer auch ohne Ash?
Scheinbar schon, ja. Scheinbar schon, ja. Ja, ich find's nicht gut, aber.
Bin mal gespannt.
Ich finde, der Heimer-Pick passt komplett nicht in das Ding rein. Aber.
Das sieht so ein bisschen aus, als sie getunnelt haben, ja. Ja, auch nicht, warum sie dann Ash rausbannen und nicht Heimer. Oder ist Ash schon mal ohne Heimer pickt worden?
Ja, ich glaube.
Ja gut, du hast halt die Vision.
Du hast Vision, du hast einen safer ADC und du hast eine dominante Pokelane. Something is fucked here.
Mach mir eine Pizza. Bei Diabolus bestimmt.
Sorry.
racial groups, then I mean, doesn't it only makes sense if because I understand that like I said, I have a lot of biracial like friends, and I understand that sort of what's the word I'm looking for? What I forget. I understand. But what I'm saying is, biracial people are not black. They're not white. They're biracial.
Gut, ich
Like
denke mir,
that
dass
is the
der genug
group
Geld
that
hat,
they
der muss schon
belong
noch
to, and
weiter
I don't
arbeiten.
know why that's like wrong. Like I don't know why it's wrong.
Mensch.
Like I can see, I understand, because I know a lot of black people kind of superimpose them into the black community, and then they kind of expect them to act black when they're not, like they're not fully black, they're biracial. So I understand that, but yeah, biracial is biracial. There's nothing wrong with that.
Ja, kann schon sein.
Like there's
Yeah, it's not a matter of
so
there being anything wrong.
Was ein Lifestyle lebt, hat er ausgesorgt, ziemlich sicher.
So.
Hat Dion das Early gegen Aatrox?
Eigentlich soll das nicht gewinnen, ne?
Wrong with it. It's just that I think sometimes they feel like they don't have a community they belong to.
Right, but Pete, you have to. But communities are built, right?
No,
they don't just like exist.
Well,
so scary.
They do. I think you're born into communities, right?
Guckt dir das an. Der macht einfach dahinter der Red Bar.
You're born into like a black community. Or a white person didn't build the white community. They're born into.
Ja, was war so ein bisschen
but it only became a community when they organized together and they had collective ideas and cultural norms and.
Sure, but most people don't have to build their own community. They're just born into one. They kind of take it for granted, generally, I think. Like, I didn't have to build any of my community. Well, I mean, on Twitch or YouTube I did. But, like, I didn't have to build, like, a white community. I was just born into it. Like, other white people did that for me. It's true for a lot of black people and mixed race people, right? Like, your communities exist and you're born into them, right?
Right, but if you have a very, if you have a unique identity and experience, then that wouldn't apply to you. And you know it doesn't. You have to know it wouldn't apply to you.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of complicated because it feels like there's a lot of overlap sometimes, and then there's a lot of not overlap sometimes.
They got told.
I'm not gonna be the best person to talk to about this.
Okay, what do you know what, Steven?
Just things not related to being black. That's it. Any topic. We can talk about women or men or anything else, but not black people. I'm not black. I don't have the experience. It's hard for me to, and you're making some really extreme statements. It's hard for me because I can only sit here and nod my head. I can't really truly say if I agree or disagree. I can only give perspectives of other black people, but like, yeah, I'm not black, and like the black experience is like very complicated in the United States. Even in one city, the black experience might be really complicated from hood to hood or person to person or school to school. I can't speak on behalf of like all mixed race people or black men or anything else. Yeah, like I can't do it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You're right.
It's okay. But I'm just saying it's hard for me to. I can't have an opinion. I can just say you're not along.
Aber warum flasht er da noch?
Okay, can I?
Ich glaube, er
Can I
muss da
ask you
nicht
a question?
flashen.
Because outside of your abysmal judgment of character,
von
I don't have an abysmal. I'm gonna add another black man in here. You said it one more time, so okay, go ahead.
Der hat Ignite ablaufen lassen. Aber ist greedy as fuck. Das ist nicht gut, ehrlich gesagt.
Wie hat er das Spellshield gebrochen?
Mit seiner Q. Mit seinem Shield und Damage.
Carrier ist auch gefühlt stärkste Supporter auf der Worlds, oder? Er hat ziemlich aufgespielt.
Ich glaube, SKT ist overhyped.
Ja.
Ich glaube nicht, dass DRX so viel schlechter ist.
Ich sag, dass Faker überhyped ist. Oder recht? Eigentlich nicht. Also Sears ist wahrscheinlich Top 3 Top-Laner. Owner kann ich nicht so wirklich einschätzen, aber Gumayushi wird wahrscheinlich schon mit einer von den besten ADCs sein.
Ja, Botlane ist stark. Aber der Rest bin ich mir nicht so sicher. Es hat einfach Smite outdamaged, ne? Vision gebe. Ach, dem Ding.
Oh ne, warte.
Die Toplane ist echt ein Problem, das darf eigentlich nicht passieren.
Frage ist, wie es halt im Mid-Late-Game, also Mid-Game ist Aatrox mit Sicherheit stärker. Mit dem Late-Game wahrscheinlich, oder?
Was? Im Mid-Game ist Silas viel stärker.
Ich rede von Top-Lane.
Also Early ist Aatrox, sobald er ein Item hittet, ist Yone stärker. Also das, was da passiert ist, sollte eigentlich nicht passieren. Der sollte eigentlich vorne sein gerade.
you can do that, but it'll be to his detriment.
Wait. There's one more guy. He's a debater guy, but he's like chill. And he loves black women. This guy, I got into an argument with him because he said that he only wanted to marry black women. And I think he just recently announced he's engaged to a black woman. Hopefully I'm not doxing him. It was on Facebook. Can I add this guy? What?
What's his name?
Fanatic.
Fanatic what?
I don't know. That's his online
What's his
name.
channel? What's his channel?
He's called Mr. Fanatic.
Mr.
But he's like I argue with him sometimes for being too black, okay? And, you know, defending his community so much. So maybe, can I throw him in here? And then if...
Hold on.
Yeah.
So you have a problem with black men marrying black women? Or
no,
like,
that's not... No. Yes, our issues in the past was that, like, I felt like it was a little awkward to basically make the statement of, like, I'm only going to marry a person that is black. I'm only going to marry a black woman or whatever. I thought that was, like, a strange statement to make.
Why?
Because I think that for the United States of America, expressing like racial dating preferences is a little bit strange. I think that you should find the people that you most romantically identify with, or the people that you have like life experiences with. For some black people, that might mean only dating a black person. But when we start getting into like explicit statements of like, I only want to date somebody in my racial group, I just think it's a little weird. I think that, yeah, I don't know, yeah.
But do you think it's weird when someone says I don't want to date in my racial group at all?
Yeah,
like,
I think that's equally weird. I think that's bad. You shouldn't do that either. Yeah.
So that's bad, but wanting to replicate yourself is equally weird.
Yes. Because we're post-racial, okay? This is the United States. We don't see race here, okay? We just see wonderful people, like MLK said.
Slap yourself with that one.
Can I drag in Fnatic? Can I do that?
I mean,
it's gonna be a good conversation. He's respectful. He's not even gonna call you bitter or anything. I promise. Okay.
Oh, you're so bitter. Listen, man.
Okay, I'm throwing him in. Okay, this is gonna be.
No, but
yeah?
Steven, I'm gonna say if it goes left,
yeah,
I'm throwing in the towel because this is baseball. This is 3 strikes you're out. Black man, it's not even 3 strikes. I don't engage them in that way. I'm doing it for you.
Thank you. Okay, this is the last one I'll ask you to do. Okay, this is the last one, I promise. Okay. And then after this, fuck black man. I'll be right on board with you. Okay, I'll put it over my Twitter. Okay?
I didn't say that. I never ever said that. Okay.
Here you go. If he calls you bitter, I'm grabbing my hood. I swear to God. All right, Fnatic, you're in. Okay.
Can we have like a parameters and sort of set a framework to build from? We don't have to personalize this conversation. It's not about me. It's not about him. We're talking about things and generalities in the Black community. Is that that's fair? No.
Sure. Yeah. Fnatic? What did you want to talk about? You heard the conversation. You really wanted to jump in. Here you are. And he's not even talking. Oh, he muted his mic. Oh, he's probably hooking his microphone up. He's a musician too. He plays piano. He might have had his music. Now he's gotten his nice microphone. He's very polite.
Okay, you guys can hear me now?
I can hear you. What's up?
All right. So yeah, it just.
Oh my God.
So look, it's real simple. I don't think that it needs to get personal or anything like that. I think everybody's.
Huh?
Ocean Soul ist ja nicht wirklich kriegsentscheidend.
Du hast einen Asir, der Siege kann. Du hast einen Varus, der Siege kann. Und dann eine Ocean Soul mit Regen drauf. Ziemlich gut.
Okay. Das hätte jetzt genauso Hextech sein können.
Ja, aber in dem Fall hätte ich lieber den Heal.
Ich feier's, dass der Jone Antwort ist.
Ja.
Hat nur bis zum Finale dauert. Ja, ich glaube, dass Sios eigentlich auch ein bisschen besser ist.
Ingen hat ultra gut ausgesehen. Ja, das ist das, was ich meine. Ich habe das Gefühl, die Leute overhypen einfach SKT. Ich finde sie ja auch gut. Und ich würde es mir auch wünschen, dass sie ihre letzte Worlds gewinnen, aber glaubt ihr, dass das so eindeutig ist?
Ja, das warten wir mal ab. Philipp hat nur so viel gesagt, er hat gemeint, es sind gute Games. Ich habe es geschafft, meinen ganzen Vormittag nicht zu spoilern.
Ja. Aber wo ich die Seite aufgerufen habe, musste ich mich echt anstrengen.
Es ist ja, ich kenne das ist echt zum Kotzen. Du darfst halt auch einfach keinen LOL-Stream oder irgendwas anschauen oder deine Nachrichten checken.
Ich darf schon kein Twitter aufmachen.
Ja.
Is entitled to their own opinions, even if they're wrong. Candace Owens is entitled to her opinion. I think that they're wrong. I think she's intentionally bad faith, but that's a whole nother conversation. It just seemed like a lot of your talking points were kind of antagonistic towards Black men in general. That's what it felt like. And maybe I could be wrong, but it seemed like that's what you were doing. Like you were generalizing a bunch of negative stereotypes towards Black men, and kind of just down on Black men in general. So, and you were saying that people don't
Varus-Bild, dass das Damage macht, ist
what do you feel like are some of the major points that you have that are statistically valid that people don't push back on, that people don't have a way of contending with?
Ja, gut.
Okay, sorry, what did you want me to call you?
Fnatic, Lauren, Fnatic, it doesn't matter.
Sorry?
Blade wird Damage machen, oder?
Fnatic, okay. So before I answer your question, if it's okay, what do you think I'm saying that's a generalization?
Well, for one, earlier it seemed like you were
halt
talking, you were
faszinierend, dass der schon
negatively
wieder
talking about black
172
relations.
Farm in der 15. Minute hat.
Ja.
Ich aber genauso. Ja.
Und das ist auch das scarieste Part an den Pro-Player. Die haben einfach so andere Goldzahlen zu so komischen Minutenzahlen. Das ist einfach so, das kannst du gar nicht mit LoL vergleichen von uns.
Ja, das sind ja gefühlt 30 Minuten Vollbild, oder?
Ja. Es ändert das ganze Spiel, wenn du so andere Goldzahlen hast. Das ist so faszinierend.
Aber eigentlich brauchst du ja einen immer dann, der Ressourcen abgibt.
Nö, die müssen halt keine zuerst. 16. Minute und wir haben 3 Leute, die über 160 fahren.
Das ist das, was mich gerade gewundert hat. Ich habe eigentlich so im Kopf gehabt, okay, dass die das sich dann mehr oder weniger so ein bisschen aufteilen.
Nee, man unterschätzt einfach nur, wie viel CS in unsere Elos gemisst wird. Das ist so Wahnsinn. Ich aber auch, also. Selbst wenn ich mal Lane spiele.
Gut, ich habe gefühlt schon seit einem Jahr lang kein Game mehr gezockt.
Das ist das Problem. Der Heimer, der macht einfach gar nichts. Der macht gar nichts.
Aber ich weiß noch nicht, der ist ja eigentlich ein Lane-Bully.
Und das auch nicht hinkriegt. Ja, aber das auch. Ja, das ist das, was ich gesagt habe schon mal.
Aber er scaled halt auch brutal gut.
Finde ich nicht. Der braucht AP. Das Problem ist einfach, Heimer, wenn du seine Türme down kriegst im Early, was die zwei gekriegt haben, dann ist er einfach wertlos. Dann ist er kein Lane-Bully mehr.
So, sagst, hätten sie den Ash gekriegt, wäre das nicht passiert?
Ash Heimer ist halt fies, das ist wie mit Syra. Das ist eine Bully-Lane, wo die Ash dir der Slow bietet und der Heimer, big.
Oh. Ash und...
Wie ist hier der Ding gestorben? Ich verstehe es nicht.
War in der Mitte, oder?
Ah, war das in der Mitte?
Bin mir nicht sicher. Doch. Hä? Nee. Wo ist das Replay? Was ist das unter rechts? Ah ne, Renata hat 100% Kill Participation und die war da unten dabei.
Ich gebe Drake. So dumm.
Hat extra runtergemoved, dass das nicht passiert.
GG. Oh, Desaster. Oh, maybe. Oh. GG.
Ich glaube, das erste Game ist durch.
Ja.
Relationships. I think at one point you made the statement that black women out-earn black men, and then you clarified that it's because black men make up a larger population of the unemployed, therefore that black women would be out-earning them, which of course obviously assumes that unemployed black men don't make money, or people who aren't, I guess, employed in a way that's registered, because black men overwhelmingly make up gig work. I don't know if you knew this or not, but black men are super duper overrepresented in gig work. And a lot of times in employment statistics, those things aren't counted. So for example, when COVID happened, then black men, gig work was something that suffered the most. So it really greatly impacted black men because they're not tracked on unemployment. And because of the fact that they did gig work, for a lot of them, they couldn't even get unemployment. Like, you know, like to hold them over like until everything opened back up. So I don't know that if there are any statistics anywhere that would say anything remotely close to the fact that black women on average outearn black men. Black women are statistically overwhelmingly overrepresented within poverty because obviously, as you know, 70% of you know, black babies are born out of wedlock, and of course the vast majority of those are taken care of by black women. And I don't know if you knew this, but having a baby out of wedlock is the single greatest indicator that will lead to poverty. So a black woman, go ahead. Yeah, I said a lot. Go ahead.
I agree with what you're saying. But with respect to employment, so there was an article that came out. It was about black men costing the government, I think it was like $50 billion annually because they're chronically employed. So, and they did account for the deficits, or they did account for, you know, whatever issues or challenges the pandemic would attribute to. Sorry. So it still holds up. I'm not saying that black women make more money. I'm saying that black women are more employed than black men. That was my position.
Are you talking about employed, like specifically in the way that we track it, that would not account for gig work or part-time work or any of those other things? Is that what you're referring to?
I'm talking about employment, gainful employment.
Do you think gig work is not gainful employment?
I mean, it's kind of precarious.
It can be, or it can be particularly lucrative, can it not?
Right, but it's not really impervious. I mean, you can do the research. You can look it up and see if that particular market was accounted for.
I wouldn't have to do the research. I would tell you that it's not, because that's part of the reason why the unemployment like metric isn't enough to capture it, right? Like this is like a known talking point for anybody who discusses these kinds of things, is that the unemployment it has some failings, right? Because a person can be considered employed such that they won't qualify for unemployed even if they're doing part-time work. Like the employment doesn't distinguish between those two, and again, it doesn't account for gig work and so on and so forth. So because of that, I already know that that's not normally, when you talk about employment, that's not counted.
Right, but even still, black men are creating a sort of economic deficit in, like, they're creating problems economically speaking. So whether it's because they're doing gig work, like whatever the reasons are. And actually, I remember in the report they did talk about that, and they did talk about why that is contributing to their unemployment, and they did talk about why that is contributing to the deficit that they're costing the government. So I think two things can be true at the same time.
So yeah, I guess I would need to see that, because again, if you're only
please do.
Warum sage ich da
yeah, I sent you a follow request. It's Mr. Fanatic.
Okay, dann für die Base. Brauchst eigentlich nur einen, der die Backports abbricht?
Was?
Ja gut, aber die haben jetzt keinen Stress.
Frage, warum würde sie das wollen? Harter Force, absolut unnötig.
I want to move on to your next point. When you're talking about mothers children being born out of wedlock, yeah, black men are doing that at the highest rate. But
as are black women. Why are you phrasing that as a black men thing and not black people?
Because women don't initiate marriage, men do.
Right. But then women also have to be like participants in the sexual act that's conceiving the child, right?
Right. Women, obviously women are involved, but
so
if a man hold on. If a man knows he has no intentions of marrying a woman, why not leave your biological your DNA in your own body? Why are you putting your sperm in her body?
Well, okay, so what
Women
happens...
don't have any control of where your sperm goes. That's your, like, this is biology.
That's absolutely ridiculous. Well, what normally happens... I'm not going to meme. I was about to meme and just talk about why people have sex, but I'm not going to do that. Let me just go ahead and treat you respectfully.
Right, but sex doesn't always equal baby.
Sex...
Ja.
Ja,
Hat
aber...
2 Items. Die haben ja den Wave.
Ja, aber das ist ein Asier, der Gatt für Rapper geht. Ja,
Auch da.
Absolut dann. Und die CW hat niemand, die hat keinen Support und nix. Trolling!
It doesn't always, but
Right.
everyone knows that most forms, for example, the pull-out method, is not particularly effective. If you practice the pull-out method with a regular sex partner over a year, you are likely to get pregnant. Mistakes happen. Condoms break.
Whose responsibility is it?
It is the responsibility of both parties. You see, number one, Plan B exists. Number two, abortion is legal still in this country for the vast majority of states. And number three, women can choose not to engage in sexual encounters with people that they choose not to be marrying or whatever. But the fact of the matter is, this is something that is required by both parties. It seems ridiculous to me that a consensual sexual encounter, which requires the consent of two people, you would try to label it as if it's a problem of only the man, when the woman has just
Halten sich alle da oben auf. Aber keiner macht was. Also DRX.
Kann ja nichts machen.
Wenn ich da bin, dann will ich doch quasi verhindern, dass die einen Baron machen. Wenn ich weiß, ich kann es nicht verhindern, dann pushe ich doch die Lanes raus.
Ja, ist schon richtig, aber das ist irrelevant. Die müssen jetzt ihre Mental unter Kontrolle kriegen und das zweite Game spielen.
Ja.
Das Wichtigste gerade. Die dürfen jetzt nicht eskalieren. Das Game ist durch. Ist das ein 4-Item-Asier?
Hat der Rabba jetzt schon.
Nee. Oh, weggeschildet. Boom, dann. Jetzt können wir zum nächsten Game gehen. 3 Inhibs down. Keine Chance.
Das ist noch ein Reset und dann ab durch die
I'm
Mitte
labeling the
wahrscheinlich.
fact that he doesn't marry the woman that he puts a child in. That is his. That is
never
entirely
mind.
on him.
Ele kommt ja noch.
Obviously, he's engaging in the sexual act. In some cases, consensually. Obviously, I'm not negating that. But what I'm saying is, it's his initiative. As a man, it is your job. Like men are the purveyors. You initiate marriage. It's not up to women.
Absolutely. Do you think that it's probably realistic to say that there are plenty of times in which a person can become aware, like of what the intention is of the individual that they're dating, such that they know whether marriage is even an
Fake
option?
hat immer noch kein Rabba.
Do you think that that's a thing?
Ich denke, er hat's. Er muss nur...
So this is the choose better argument, right?
Well, no,
Right,
I'm not just. Wait, no. I'm not just saying choose better. Wait,
Hold on. I'm trying to.
please don't strawman me. Don't strawman me. I'm not saying choose better. What I am saying is I'm saying it's a choice between both people.
Let me finish. I'm getting
Sure.
tired. This is the logical conclusion that we're gonna end up going to. I know where we're going.
You can make the assumption, but that's not my point. My point is
Right.
not choose better, because I think it's, again, that's a decision based on both parties. And it seems like the logical conclusion of your argument is just that we should have more shotgun marriages, right? Basically, in the cases of accidental pregnancy.
That's
no,
not what I
well,
said. Actually,
but you're implying it. You're implying it. Hold on. Can I finish really quick? You're implying that in the cases in which a black man. Okay, so then let me just ask this, and maybe so that we don't have to get back and forth. If a black man accidentally is to impregnate a woman who he recognizes he is probably not compatible for a long-term relationship such as marriage, what do you think that man in that situation should do?
Okay, so can I speak?
Are you gonna answer the question?
Okay, so I never said anything about shotgun weddings, and if you were even listening to me, actually, what I talked about was revitalizing the culture. And marriage is a part of culture.
Yo.
Family is a part of the family structure is absolutely a part of culture. Who creates culture?
I think culture is developed by a whole bunch of things. Systems create. Wait. Hold on, no. You can't ask me a question, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Siehst du was?
Ja. Mal wieder zurück.
Ja, ich muss nur, der Pickbahn ist hier wichtig.
Is it unfair? Is it unfair of you to ask me a question and then not allow me to answer it? Do you actually want a conversation? Because you sounded like earlier you were upset at the amount of people that were talking to you and not being in good faith and not responding. And now you're being the bad faith actor. You're cutting me off and not allowing me to respond. And I get it. Maybe you're frustrated, and it's unfair because I'm probably like the sixth person you've talked to or whoever, and so I can see you being frustrated. But I just want I want to call to your attention because I do the same thing sometimes too when I get in my emotions. Right now you're getting really frustrated and this isn't really a conducive conversation.
Okay, so let me hit the reset button. I apologize.
Thank you. Good job. I'm gonna do the same.
Okay, so moving on.
Okay, so let's go back to the point. Let's try to reset. Okay. So the question is, obviously, I get culture is developed by a bunch of things. Again, systems can create culture. Like a lot of the black culture is developed or derived from like survival within poverty. For example, like our high consumption of pork, right? Because that was the type of meat that we had access to, and so we made a bunch of culinary dishes around that. Or like blues music was literally music that was decrying the systemic oppression and things and the conditions of living that people were in. So it was mournful, sad music, right? And that's what makes sense why that would be developed, and so on and so forth. So culture can be derived or developed by systems, environment, all of those things, right? Lineage.
Fanatic, my understanding, based on like anthropology, sociology, culture is engineered and created largely by men. So you have men in different cultures, different communities, different ethnic groups, different races, but men largely
pushing lane.
And women carry the culture on.
I don't know if I fully agree with, because women have sometimes independent cultures that are completely different.
Oh, das würde ich auch fühlen.
Nedwin Graves Office. Das ist dumm.
Really? Beverly kann nichts anderes mehr.
Die haben Angst vor Ashheimer, weil das ist die gute Lane. Jetzt haben sie Heimer weggepickt. Oh Gott.
Different than men's, right? And so I don't know, that's a hard thing to say. So hold on, just to make sure, I want you to know that I agree with you, because it seemed like the point that you were getting at, right, is that you were talking about the need for more marriages within the black community and things like that, which I am totally on board with. I'm pretty conservative socially, so I absolutely understand the need for marriage.
Dieser Caitlyn Seju-Band, die zwei Bands, da bin ich mir einfach nicht sicher. Ich glaube nicht, dass die...
specifically to prevent having children out of wedlock. So I think, like, I'm kidding about the prescription part, but I'm saying, like, I get the idea and the need for marriage, but I think, again, to try to put that on it.
Den Rice-Bun.
Doch, Baker ist der Rice-Spieler und es ist ein harter Counter zu Silas und Sika ist ein Main Silas. Komplett richtig, der muss weg hier.
specifically on black men, I think is a little bit misguided. I think that both parties do hold some responsibility. My mother always made the statement.
Aber die haben keine Angst vor Silas, so wie es aussieht. Aber ich würde auch sagen, Silas ist hier ein Pflichtband, ja.
From people that you don't have to marry when women aren't safeguarding, because women are the safeguarders of sex, right? Because men are always obviously have higher sex drives than men. I mean, than women at younger ages and things like that. It's up to the women to safeguard these things, right? And if they're not safeguarding it, then I think that that's a
Was?
Ja, nicht gedacht. Dass die noch picken darf, hätte ich nicht gedacht.
Ja, die hätte dann wegpicken müssen. Aber das ist halt das Problem, wenn du.
Aber ich hätte halt vor Nocturne hätte ich halt Gravesband. Aber bei Ash Nocturne schon dirty ist.
Nee, ich auch. Du hast recht. Das ist ein Gravesband. What? Warum haben die da Nocturne Band?
Wegen der Ash Nocturne Combo.
Das ist doch keine Combo. Ja. Das ist das Problem. DRX, alles okay, komplett fein. Nur der Heimer nicht.
Problem, but I also think that it's a problem of men to be wanting to wantonly have sex with all types of women that they don't plan to have, like, you know.
Und jetzt hat der Graves
and taking these risks. So I think again,
3 Pushing Lanes. Das ist
it
verheerend.
seems unfair to me that you're willing to try to label it as exclusively something that's the responsibility of men.
Well, I think that initiating marriage, and you can't choose my mind. I'm sorry, Mr. Fanatic. The initiation of marriage is a decision unilaterally made by.
Der Silas hat geile Ults.
Ja. Das ist auch kein Game, das im Jam Select over ist. Aber der Vorteil ist T1, hätte ich gesagt.
Darauf an, was die Camille macht.
Nicht wirklich, das ist das Problem. Wenn du 3 Pushing Lanes hast, dann gibst du dem Graves so viel Möglichkeiten zum Invader, dass nicht wirklich wichtig ist.
Ja, das ist halt die Frage, wenn die Camille jetzt Ahead kommen sollte, die hat ja auch massiv 2 Damage, oder nicht? Wenn die Ahead wäre, wenn die jetzt um Toplane rumspielen, könnte es noch spannend werden.
By men. That is my belief system.
Ja, eine Chance haben sie
auf
jeden
quick
Fall.
Question, just because as you guys talk about that, so because he brought this up and then you brought this up, you keep saying that marriage is initiated by men, but it seems like he's bringing up the point
Lane spielst rum. Ich hätte jetzt gesagt, DRX müsste im Toplane spielen. Wenn sie den Aatrox behind setzen und die Camille die Sideline hat, gewinnt.
Das Problem, das ist nicht wirklich relevant, weil du hast Hawkshot, du willst den Jungle kontrollieren. Du hast einen Graves, der invadet, weil er Pushing Lanes hat, und du hast einen Hawkshot, um den Jungler zu finden. Sprich, der Ding kriegt eigentlich keinen Gank durch für 15 Minuten.
Na, schauen wir mal.
It takes 2 to tango. Is there not some, if there's a black woman who is single and has a child, is there not some responsibility for the black woman to not have had sex with the black man that was going to abandon her? Like, is that not also?
So this is the problem that I have with this argument. A lot of black men will come up here and say, oh, well, black women need to be held accountable. So when a black woman stays after she's deserted by that black man, when she stays and she raises her child on her own, that is her taking accountability. Because I think that people sometimes forget that women have the option to leave as well. Women also have that option to just as well. But to the extent that she stays and she raises her child, that is her holding herself accountable. That's what accountability is.
Oh, a prioritized push.
Somewhat. But so, yes, women do have the option to, but there's obviously like a complete different biological connection that develops when a woman is pregnant and develops a baby for 10 months inside of her stomach, right? Like, or for 40 weeks.
That's not my point. My point is that when she...
No, that's my point. No. Hold on. Wait, you're cutting me off. I feel like...
by raising her child.
Hey, but you're cutting me off. What I'm saying is that, yes, while I do understand that both of them have responsibility, responsibility, I don't think the situation is the same because of the biological connection that develops specifically from the gestation period of a woman. So those two things are different. However, this does not remove any sort of responsibility from men to take care of their children. Fortunately, what I'm finding from studies is that Black men actually are very heavily involved within their children's lives. There are stigmas. Hold on. There are stigmas associated with specifically claiming that Black men don't raise their children, but those statistics typically rely on marriage, right, as the thing, or even cohabiting. You can still raise your child and be very much involved in your child's life though not cohabiting. I happen to have a sibling who raised his children. Literally, they did 1 week with their mom, 1 week with the dad, and they hadn't lived together. They had 2 separate households, 50-50 custody. That wouldn't be like, according to those statistics, they would say that those were single mom raised children, though my brother was 50% in their lives. So like those stats are somewhat erroneous.
So I'm going to disagree with you there, because I know you're talking about the study where Black men are the most involved fathers. First of all, that study was self-reported. Second of all, it said to the fathers that are involved. So the men that are involved in their children's lives, they're involved more than, I think it was other groups of men. That's also a misrepresentation, because that doesn't mean that all Black men who have kids are the most involved fathers. That's not what that means.
I didn't claim that, and neither did that study. I didn't misinterpret that study in that way. That wasn't my point.
Let me finish. I'm saying that
that's a straw man. No one said that here.
No, but you just said that Black men are the best fathers, and right. But
I didn't say that Black men are the best fathers. What I did say,
you said that they're the most involved.
No, there are studies that have said that, right? That Black men.
That alone. Again,
well, I did expound on it a little bit more than that, and I'm sorry. Then let me clear it up, just to be sure. The studies that talk about single parents and about fathers not being in their homes oftentimes specifically require either marriage or cohabitation in order to determine that a father is involved in their children's lives. But that we obviously recognize that there are plenty of situations in which men are not cohabiting with the mother of their children, yet are still very much involved with their life. Can you find me any study that says that Black men regularly abandon their children at such extreme rates, and that don't have any relationship with their children, like that's the norm? Because I don't think that that's the case.
Okay, so you said that you sent me a request on Instagram.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm going to send you the Brookings Institute study. I'm going to send you the study about Black men costing the government $50 billion a year.
I appreciate both of those. Does it? So, and here's the thing, really quickly, why do you think culturally Black men are significantly less likely to get married and Black women are significantly less likely to get married than their white counterparts or Asian counterparts or so on and so forth? Why do you think that is?
Okay, so again, even when we're talking about cohabitation, marriage, what the studies say, even from a psychological perspective, if you want your children to have the best outcomes, the best socioeconomic outcomes, the best emotional, mental, psychological outcomes, the best academic outcomes, marriage is the vehicle. That's where it gets you to that outcome.
I totally agree with you, and that's why I refuse to have kids outside of wedlock. But the question I'm asking you,
let me finish. Jesus.
I'm sorry, you're just doing a lot of circumlocution before you get there. But go ahead.
Wait, hello?
Okay, is he gonna stop?
Yeah, I think he stopped. Go ahead.
Okay, so we know that every statistical metric, by every metric, every standard, that is how you give Black children the best outcomes. We can agree it's marriage, right?
Yes, I totally agree with you.
Okay.
The question I'm asking was
hold on, I'm setting something up.
Okay.
I understand. I didn't forget your question. I have it in the back of my mind. Don't worry. You asked me about why Black men are not marrying Black women, and that's what you asked me, right?
And why Black women are significantly the least likely person to get married. What do you think that is? Yeah. But I'll listen. Go ahead. You take as long as you need to get there. I'm just going to listen. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I feel like you're.
I'm not trying to be sarcastic. I'm saying, like,
no, he really does talk like that. He's not being passive aggressive. He sounds like that sometimes. I swear to God, I would tell you if he was.
No, I know exactly what he's being and what he's doing.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, whatever.
Yeah.
So the problem that I have with the assertions that you're making is you're saying, okay, well, black men are not marrying these women, and maybe it's because they're not marriage material.
No. Well, I didn't even make a reason why. I was asking you. Why do you think that is?
I think because culturally speaking, black men do not value marriage. Black men do not value fatherhood. They don't value community. That's what I think. Historically and statistically.
Big, dieses Scheißfeld. Das ist so übel. Die haben einfach 3 Milis und das ist gegen Graves und Victor und Ranged.
So listen, hey, wait. Wait, you're saying, oh my God, as if I didn't sit there and patiently let you finish. And now I'm just speaking a few words and you're getting upset. What's happening? Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. What?
I'm not your child. Do you understand?
I'm not trying to treat you like my child. I'm just pointing out to you the indignant. You're being in.
Wie bitte?
Die Builds, was die manchmal bauen.
Lüge?
Cooldown Boots hätte ich jetzt eher weniger gesehen auf Victor.
Ich bin nicht sicher. Die waren so stark für so lang.
Aber du hast schon ein bisschen, wobei ein Damage-Problem hast du nicht.
Nö.
Ja gut, und wer baut auf der anderen Seite MR? Die Camille maximal.
Indignant. No. You're being indignant about me asking to finish my sentence as if you haven't, like, I didn't let you finish and then try to go myself.
Condescension. Like, you don't need it.
It's not about me trying to be condescending. I'm trying to.
It is. That's what you're doing.
Okay, I'm sorry if I'm coming off condescending. What's happening here is I'm getting frustrated because I want to talk and respond, and it feels like if I ever interject on you, you get really upset, and now every time I talk, you're doing the same interjection. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not trying to be condescending, and I'm just trying to say, you know what? Rather than get frustrated because I would yell, I'm just going to go ahead and just chill and try to be whatever.
You said economics. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, so yes, this is difficult. I'm sorry. I'm trying to contain myself, and it's difficult, whatever. But anyway, yeah, economics. Like a lot of times, whenever you start talking about raising a family, obviously, in culture and society, the onus of that responsibility falls on the man's shoulder. And obviously, if you're unemployed,
das ist egal. Nee, aber ist egal, an wen das geht.
Work that is inadequate to sustain a family, then it makes you significantly less likely to want to get married, right? And so, already black women out-earn black men when it comes to college degrees, and so what we're finding is that black women who earn college degrees are significantly less likely to get significantly less likely to get married than their non-degree having counterparts, right? Because of the fact that once women,
wenn Camila ein Item kriegt, dann ist sie wieder da.
Financial, of a certain level of earning, then it makes
Und
them
Midlane hat outfarmed.
Men feel like they should be the breadwinners and they want
Bot lane is even.
Their household, and a lot of that times the head of the household is specifically the highest earner.
So
then that discourages black men in some of those situations. I think but the primary reason I don't think it's because of the lack of valuing of marriage. I think it's literally because of
Silas muss was machen.
Okay, so here,
I talked das ist ultra schwer gegen Graves, Aatrox, Victor.
Out of any group, and again, I'm going to send you all of these studies, and I really hope some of them are long, and I really hope that you read them and you go through them. The single group that benefits from marriage the most is black men. Out of all groups of men, it is black men who benefit from getting married economically. The black men who reach the middle class do so by way of marriage, by way of combining incomes with their wife. So the idea that economics is the problem as to why black men are not getting married is counterintuitive and doesn't really make sense. If you're saying, black men don't want to get married because of their egos, because they can't be breadwinners, then again, I have to say, okay, well, then you just need to be better men. Then you just need to go get your education.
So Gott,
so
okay.
That you can be breadwinners. Like, what is stopping them from getting their education and being what they perceive as breadwinners? Who's stopping them?
Well, I mean, oh goodness, we can go all through the, what do they call it, the school to prison pipeline and all of those other things. But hold on, we don't have to. We don't have to. Hold on, but we don't have to.
No, you can.
No. I don't want to. Trust me, I don't need your permission. No, I don't want to, because what I would say in response was, I think that you're wrong. I don't think that black men reach the middle class because of marriage. I think that
big boy.
Hold on, ma'am. Look, now you're asking me not to be condescending, but I feel like every time when you're doing this bad behavior, you call it condescending. Let me finish the point that I'm making. I barely said a few words. Yes, it's bad behavior. It's bad. It's not good to be interrupting this entire time and getting indignant every time you feel interrupted.
Okay, fine. That's cool. But
Meine Brille war dreckig. Ich hab sie schön putzt.
Ja, war ein schlechter Zeitpunkt, ne? Camille hat Item.
Nee. Der hat jetzt zumindest mal einen Assist.
Oh Gott, never mind. Der Graves ist huge.
Oh, hat 6000 Gold. Und steht 302.
Oh.
GG.
Hold on, ne?
Ich würde es mir wünschen.
I believe. Nee, that's so bad. Der Graves hat ein Item zu ein Item, der muss aber back, der hat wahrscheinlich mehr, ist fein. Toplane hat kein Item, Kingen hat Item, der kann den jetzt killen.
Der kommt gleich mit Shieldbau aus der Base.
Ja. Der Graves, ja, der ist ein Problem, ja. Wenn der Arrow da nicht hittet, ist alles fein. Jetzt müssen Solo-Lanes absteppen. Jetzt muss die Top-Lane muss fallen und die Mid-Lane muss fallen. Dann haben sie eine Chance. Weil die sind vorne.
Der geht Godfinger.
Ja. Gehen die meisten Graves. Also schönes Item ist.
Stimmt, der ist ja Melee.
Ja.
Ah, das könnte. Der geht down. Es gibt einen Double Kill, oder?
Nee. Okay. Nicht sterbe, Camille. Nicht sterbe. Einfach weg. Ja. Schön. Big Boy.
Comeback.
Wer hat die Kills jetzt? Das ist die Frage.
Camille ein. Varus hat ein. Heim hat ein.
Fine. This is fine. Oh, und sie kriegen Herald. Das ist auch gut. Das Heimerbild. Giant Spelled und Amplifying Tomb. Ach, Varus. Falsches Bild. Warum?
Varus. Hä, du hast doch gar kein DPS an dem Team. Ah, doch, Heim.
Doch, schon, aber es ist einfach das weakere Bild, meiner Meinung nach.
Vielleicht schon Lane-Contest. Weil du weißt, dass du die nicht matchen kannst. Ich weiß es nicht. Keine Ahnung.
Das ist auf jeden Fall big, ne? Der Heimerblock war richtig gut, ne?
All the way from downtown.
Giants Belt. Schön. Alter, die hat Locket. Die Lux hat Locket.
Ja.
I don't get it. Nee. Okay, das ist richtig gut. Dann. Schön. Was? Warum hat die Doppelglänz? Wie hat die Doppel... Locket!
Heißt das Ding Locket?
Ja. Nee.
Locket ist doch das
Glocke.
Schild, oder nicht?
Ja.
Glocke, ja.
Oh, 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 oh. Schön. Step. Ja. Schön. Big.
Weißt du, was mir gefällt? Der Aatrox geht nicht auf. Auf beiden Seiten nicht.
Ja, aber es sind zwei Cancer-Konter. Camille ist genauso schlimm und Yone ist genauso schlimm. Jetzt wird in Solo-Queue die ganze Zeit der Shit gespielt.
Ja, aber durch die komplette Turnier
Ja, ich weiß,
hat
was
es
du
nicht
meinst.
funktioniert.
Das war Locket. Nicht Locket, Glocke. Und das war Cleanse. Wie unfair. Haben die Tower gekriegt? Bitte macht den Tower noch, oder? Könnt den doch machen. Eigentlich kann es ihn machen.
Doch, da.
Big Boys, ja. So hätte ich auch reagiert. Oh, gib ihm den Varus. Gib ihm den Varus. Oh, er hat Q raus. Du bist doch eh schon vorne. Warum würdest du hier den Red Buff nehmen? Weil er ein Poke-Varus ist. Right.
Damage Check. Für die Items war das schon zu viel Damage.
Von Lux.
Ja. 2 Level behind und eigentlich kein Damage-Item. Trotzdem so 20% waren das, oder?
Ja. Schön. Warum ultest du nicht? Ich hätte er geultet. Oh, die Kamele ist am Tower. Okay.
Das, was ich gesagt habe. Wenn der Aatrox dann immer sauber gegen die Lane könnte, dann haben
Was
sie
dann
eine
der
Win-Condition. Frage, ob sie rauskommen. Gehen gar nicht dafür.
Jetzt bin ich gespannt. Jawohl, Proc, schön.
Die tun die gerade richtig outmakron, oder?
Geil, Herrn Silas. Er ist einfach so mobil, dass er einfach da rauskommt aus dem Shit. Ja. Das dauert mal gerade, ja. Oh. Oh, oh,
Das
oh,
war
oh, oh, oh.
Hat er den nicht gesehen da oben?
Ist fein. Fein. Jetzt muss er sterben. Ja, schön.
Aber das dann, wie lange dagegen? Ich glaube nicht, dass Silas nochmal offen bleibt.
Mhm. Aber das ist tatsächlich scary. Wenn Midlane zusammenbricht, dann ist scary für DRX.
Gut, sie müssen Asia, Rice bannen gegen Faker. Wenn ich so... Ich finde ihm seine
Ja, sie müssen
Arcane-
Rise nur bannen, wenn sie Silas wollen.
So, wegen Counter, ja gut. Aber die wollen Silas.
Das Problem ist ein bisschen, ich finde, Sekka hat bisher nur auf Silas so gut ausgesehen.
Das ist mir überhaupt nicht aufgefallen, ehrlich gesagt, so richtig.
Was?
Ja, außer Silas. Aber ich fand auf Faker seine Akali zum Beispiel nicht so clean. Also Midlaner waren, glaube ich, schon besser beim Turnier.
Ocean Soul will hier keiner so richtig, right?
Wenn spielen willst, ist es nicht verkehrt.
Für wen?
Sidelane. Camille zum Beispiel. Das ist
Die All-India eigentlich und entweder der Gegner stirbt oder nicht.
die tradet aber auch und geht dann wieder raus mit ihrem komischen Getängel da.
Goldlied ist komplett weg, ne?
Hat DRX schon mal Worlds gewonnen? Nee, oder?
Nee.
Oh, Nino ist da.
Okay. Oh, schöner Proc. Ihr müsst da nicht fighten, kein Drake up, nix, einfach Recaller.
User joined your channel.
Hallo.
Hallo.
Servus. Beim zweiten Game, Nino, hast du das erste schon gesehen?
Nö. Jetzt mal nicht um meinen schauen.
Watch Together schon offen, oder?
Ja.
Es war eigentlich ein Storm von T1, kann ich fast sagen.
Ja. Aber jetzt haben wir ein Game.
Faker auf Ace sah stark aus. Und Aatrox ist bisher noch nicht aufgegangen. Das sind so die zwei interessanten Dinge aus der Series bisher.
Okay.
Davor haben sie quasi Jon gegen, aber Sirius hat Jon gespielt, hat eigentlich gewonnen und gerade spielt Kingen die Camille. Ja, behauptet, er gewinnt das Ding.
Keinen weg.
Außer eine, wo dann -1 in den Chat schreibt, Johannes, oder?
Schreib nicht den Chat.
Aber Late Game ist schon bei T1, oder? Dadurch, dass der Varus gemeint hat, er muss auf Poke-Bild gehen.
Ja, ich würde recht geben, ja. Also ist Doppel-ADC.
Heimer kann ich immer nicht so richtig einschätzen. Aber Victor wahrscheinlich über Silas.
Ja.
Ash über Varus. Graves über. Wer ist der westliche Mongo nochmal?
Ash über Varus ist nur mit dem Bild. Also sonst wird der locker mithalten.
Einzige, wo Camille würde ich fast über Aatrox setzen im Late, oder?
Ja. Oh, schöner Proc.
Der Viego ist. Ah, der ist 50 Farm behind. Wenn der Silas nicht irgendwelche übermenschlichen Dinge tut, glaube ich, ist es trotzdem noch irgendwie one-favored.
Adraba, der kann übermenschliche Dinge tun. Take 3. Okay.
Hält die Ash-Ult mit AP?
Ja.
Heißt, wenn der jetzt die Lux ulten würde, dann wäre die wahrscheinlich Half-Life.
Nee, das ist ein bisschen weird bei Silas. Silas kriegt die richtige AP-Scalings von dem Champion, glaube ich, wenn sie ja AP-Scaling hat. Aber wenn sie kein AP-Scaling hat, dann macht er eigene AP-Scalings drauf und die sind meistens höher als die normale AP-Scalings.
Heißt jetzt was?
Dass
Ult
die
macht doppelt
Ash
so viel
Ultra
Damage.
AP-Scaling hat und er nur das normale AP-Scaling kriegt.
Ah, okay.
Aber das heißt nicht unbedingt immer, dass das besser ist. Also vielleicht reicht das AP-Scaling auch von der Ash Ultra sehr gut aus. Von der Tendenz her hätte ich gesagt, meistens ist es besser, wenn sie kein AP-Scaling hat. Weil dann muss Riot sich ein AP-Scaling überlegen und man kennt ja Riot, die machen dann da einfach Zahlen drauf, ne? So 100%, 300%.
Balance im Team halt. Ah, warte mal. Soul habe ich gar nicht einberechnet. Ah, okay. Shutdown für Faker.
Ja, aber das ist doch Int. Ich kriege doch jetzt Midlane unterm Baron Prior. Ich meine, sie können nicht machen, aber sie können Vision aufbauen.
Ja, das war halt auch ein Shutdown. Wenn der Aatrox dadurch wieder im Game ist. Ich weiß nicht, ob es Int war. Stopwatch ist auch raus. Er wieder da.
Der hat doch Ding, der hat doch Sonya.
Sonias, ja.
Oder wollte die Magi's weg? Ein Magi's. Boom. Ja, das funktioniert.
Aber
Okay.
dass er da die Reflexe hat und das dann noch rauskriegt.
Halt ein guter Spieler, ne? Lux macht nicht mehr so viel, ne? Oh, Jesus. Und der True Damage Fun, oder?
Warum geht der Aatrox Anti-Heal? Wegen dem Silas.
Doppel Doppel Divine Thunderer.
Klingt das
Und
so arg, okay.
uns sind, glaube ich, ziemlich gute Stats, die er will. AD, Cooldown Reduction. Oh! Ah, siehst du, ist nicht ganz so gut. Er ist kein schlechter Damage, aber er ist nicht insane.
Ja, das war gerade diese Glocke von der Lux, oder? Das war ein Double Stun eigentlich, wo noch raus ist.
Ja, mir ging es um den Damage von der
Ja,
Ash-Ult.
schon. Ja, weil er den Stun, weißt du, wäre die Ash dann quasi stehen blieben, dann hättest du da full committen können. Also verkehrt war das, war die Ult nicht.
Nö, nö. Es ist halt schon scary, ne?
Ich bin jetzt mal auf die Late Game Ash gespannt, ehrlich gesagt.
Was baut die jetzt? Geht die auf Crit oder eigentlich kann sie Full Crit gehen, gell? Die braucht.
Die geht auf Sonias.
Boom. Hat der? Ne.
Ich bin interessiert, ob das die verstärkte Q gerade war von Varus oder die normale.
Das war die verstärkte. Die hatte ich gerade Half-Life gemacht. Oh, oh.
Er ist halt auch ein Supporter. Oder 5 Level behind, weißt du. Dann hätte ich jetzt sogar gefunden, dann wäre der verstärkte, hätte mehr Damage machen müssen.
Als Half-Life.
War nicht ganz Half-Life.
Als Soul. Ne? Okay.
Oh,
Ja,
schön.
schön. Baron. Oh! What is happening?
Ja doch, jetzt macht der Silas Dinge. Oh, bitter, dass er die Kette misst.
Der ist doch trotzdem tot. Oh, noch ein Miss. Oh.
Es ist einfach egal.
Okay, execute. Oh, sie probieren's. Oh, why? Really? Jungler tot.
Aber wer soll kommen, weißt du? Die Frage ist nur, ob der Damage ausreicht.
Ja, Heim hat kein schlechter Damage an dem. Lock?
Der stirbt, oder?
Ne.
Wie ist die Ashe jetzt gestorben? Die haben den Silas nicht gesehen, oder?
Das Seil ist ja näher dran, ja.
Aber da war doch eine Ward da oben.
Wenn das so lang überlebt, ist aber auch frech, oder nicht? Miss 1. Miss 2.
Ich glaube, als Silas, der rollt einfach auch nur mit dem Kopf über die Tastatur, oder?
Ja, aber die Schwierigkeit ist, du darfst nicht nur einmal über die Tastatur rollen, weil deine Cooldowns sind so niedrig, dass du einfach noch 3-mal drüber rollen musst, ne? So. Das ist eigentlich genau das, was die wollen. Die haben gutes Siege.
Ich verstehe jetzt nicht, warum Faker auf der Botlane ist.
Hä?
Okay.
Weil halt ein bisschen Waves controller, dass sie nicht von überall herkommen können. Und die wollen sie eh nicht fighten, also brauchen sie auch nicht zu 5 an dem Tower stehen.
Ja, aber das DRX, ich hätte jetzt eher so ein 4-1 vermutet.
Machen sie eher.
Ah, jetzt, ja. Vorher sah es irgendwie weird aus.
Oh, Faker Time.
Oh, big. Das war jetzt die gesamte Baron wahrscheinlich.
Ah, ist ein 2000er Baron, ist fein.
Der braucht MR.
Wer? Dingen.
Camille. Ja.
Ist der da dafür? Melee Team. So really reliant on flashes. Gegner haben auch Flashes. Oh, die müsste die Flashes ziehen. Miss. Sie können wieder eine Dragon spielen. Gott.
Oh,
Und Guardian.
so bitter.
Oh.
Oh lol.
Verheerend. So, die konnte ja Dragon gar nicht kriegen, da war ja Jungler tot. Schade. Schöner Proc. Plus Ult, okay. So, sie ult's aber raus.
Das Varus-Bild triggert mich.
Die kam. Force of Nature?
Black Cleaver und hat vorher schon mal Armor. Was Cerex?
Das wird ein Black Cleaver, aber der No Magic Mantle, der ist ein...
Der ist halt, dass du den Initialburst überstehst, oder?
Manche
So,
brauchen gar nicht aus, oder wie? Oh Gott.
erstmal nicht.
Okay. 2 Ults. Eine Ult. 2 Ults. 3 Ults. Okay. Ah, der Graves hat überhaupt keine Cooldown mehr auf der Ult, okay.
Keine Ahnung.
Und wieder ready.
Der Varus hat halt einfach gerade den Graves kittet. Dann war so ein 20% Leben weg. Dann schießt er zweimal auf irgendwelche Minions. Das ist wieder Full Life.
GG.
Oh, schöner Versuch noch.
Baron. Okay, procced.
Den TP habe ich jetzt nicht gefühlt.
Der Cast ist halt fast nicht zu contesten. Okay. Maybe it is. It is. Jesus. Camille? Ja.
Lol.
Graves lebt halt noch, ne?
Never mind. Scheinbar ist Pokewarus doch irgendwas. Können die finishen?
Okay. Oh no, es hittet nicht.
Wenn die trifft, ist halt
Aber die
vorbei.
hittet. Ja, das war's. Das Game.
Der Flash nach vorne.
Ja, der wollte die Wave clearen, dass sie nicht finishen können, aber macht keinen Unterschied.
Oh, es gibt eine Series.
Okay.
Bin ich mal gespannt, ob Aatrox noch so viel Präsenz hat. Nino, bist du noch da?
Ja.
Okay, von dir hört man nichts.
Ja, ich habe auch nichts gesagt.
Habt ihr Seven vs. Wild eigentlich schon geschaut?
Nee.
Können wir theoretisch danach, wenn wir Lust haben. Akali auf einmal ein Fokus. Ich verstehe den weiß nicht.
What? Okay, dann muss aber Silas First Picker. Oh, Renata Open.
Lichter.
Sag's euch, jetzt kommt der AP-Varus. Ich hab's im Rubin.
Aatrox Graves und das GG, oder? Ja gut, oder du gibst ihm halt sein Aas hier.
Ich glaube, Graves kann ich hier nicht einfach picken als T1. What?
Ja.
Ja.
Ich hätte den Jon auch gefühlt irgendwie.
Ja, aber du pickst den nicht First Round. Warum würdest du, wenn sie den bannen, dann bist du komplett fein damit.
Aber ja, Silas macht schon mehr Sinn, weil der ist auf jeden Fall ein Bann.
Der ist ein One-Trick, ne?
Im Worlds Final hast du jetzt auf einmal einen One-Trick. Aber die Karma, keine Ahnung. Die hat man bisher noch gar nicht gesehen, oder?
Mhm.
Oder einfach nur sehr selten.
20% Winrate, sprich es gab sicher.
Oh, Lane Bully, oder?
Ja. Ione Bann von Ines selber. Okay.
Windward sollten selbst noch bannen. Echt?
Ja, das müsste wenn dann SKT machen.
Ja. Achso, ich war gerade Zeiten verkehrt, ja. Ja.
Ja, aber der sieht ziemlich comfortable auf Viego aus.
Ich mag Viego einfach nicht.
Schön, dass beide stehlende neue Champions sind im Worlds Final. Ist da gar kein Problem.
Meinst du mit Stehlende?
Ja, der eine stiehlt den ganzen Körper mit Items und der andere spielt Ultis.
Ja, aber Silas ist jetzt auch nicht mehr neu, oder? Locker schon 3 Jahre, oder?
Bei mir ist alles neu. Ab da, wo sie angefangen haben, Dogshit Champions zu
Alles
produzieren.
ab 2009.
Ist halt echt so. 2009 nicht, aber 2015 rum.
Oh, ein Orn.
Oh.
Verstehe ich jetzt schon wieder nicht. Irgendwie draften die ganz komische Sachen.
Ah doch, Ding. Wie heißt die neue? Renata ist ziemlich übel, weil der gibt dir kurz den CC und die Renata macht einfach, dass sie sich selber tötet.
Okay, aber du hättest, weißt du, es ist ja der Counter. Du hättest jetzt ja irgendwas picken können, was hart die Lane gewinnt gegen Gragas. Aber bei
Aber
Gragas ist
was
dann
gewinnt gegen Gragas hart die Lane?
hättest du auch wieder so, also ich meine, Camille, Jon, Jon war Band. Boah.
Camille gewinnt nicht hart die Lane gegen Gragas. Jedes Mal,
Ja,
wenn die reinspringt,
ja,
Body slammt das einfach.
oder die ultet einfach, der ultet einfach, dann haut es die aus der Ult raus. So. Ich finde es schön, dass wir die Kalista sehen. Bin mal gespannt, ob sie aufgeht. Ich glaube, wenn DRX da nicht ahead kommt, ab der 25. Minute gehört es T1, oder?
Ja. Könnte passieren. Atze ist raus.
For you to come up here and say, "Oh, I don't think that black men," based on what? I'm telling you that I've seen the data.
Heißt es, dass es
No,
andere
no, 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 no.
angeschaut hat?
I'm sorry. The data, what I was going to say, if you would have let me finish, was that I don't know that you can distinguish between these 2 points. One, right? One is black men are reaching the middle class.
Raus, no!
The other one is that middle class black men are more likely to get married. Those 2 statements are not the same. Are you telling me you have a... And I got you. And you're saying that you have a...
Das ist fein, oder? Weil das heißt, der ADC kriegt eine Farm.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay, can you show me that?
Yes, I can.
Kein ADC kriegt eine Farm, beide sind tot. Oh, no.
I'm not saying these things because it sounds good or because I'm...
Ja, aber er hatte für 16 Farm. Ist even, ist fein.
Trying to win this argument, this debate. I don't really care. I've done the research. I've seen the numbers. Black men get. So there is a distinction. They get to the middle class when they're married. And to the extent
is the same true of black women?
Hold on. To the extent that they stay married, they manage to stay in the middle class. If they get divorced and they
Muss
don't
die da
remarry,
wirklich so lang
they drop
drin
out of the
bleiben?
middle class and they're in the lower class.
Is the same true for black women?
Can I just poke real quick on that data argument? So I don't know what study in particular that you're looking at, but my understanding is that when it comes to marriage, economic stability is usually a precursor to marriage, not a symptom or not like a thing that marriage causes. So that it's
That's what I said.
Yeah, so that so for instance, I'm pretty sure, I don't know if we're referring to the same study. I know there was one that I remember looking at, it's at least 10 years old. I'm pretty sure it's at least 5 or 10 years old. But basically it looks at the income of single black men versus single black women versus married black families. And the men in married black families always had higher income. And it might be that you would take from that study, oh look, when black men get married, they make more money. But what's more likely, that a drug dealing black guy gets married and starts to make a ton of money, or there's a black man that's educated, graduated school, is already doing well, and then gets married, right? I think that's the idea, is that middle class black men didn't become middle class because they got married. It's rather their situation in life was already pretty well. Marriage isn't elevating poor or criminal black men out of
No. Okay, so let me be clear.
Yeah.
It is the combined income. It is not and I understand that maybe that doesn't make sense to you, but it is the combined income of the two that puts them in the middle, that puts black men in the middle class.
Okay. I was just providing that perspective.
I'm gonna send it to I can send it to you, Steven, and you can look at it, right?
Yeah, I can look at all sorts of things. Yeah.
Okay, no, but I'm saying you can look at it and then you can sort of disseminate and we can go over it.
Sure.
I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna send it to you. But Fanatic, what were you saying?
Well, yeah, I mean, I was really basically saying the same thing that Steven was saying, right? It basically it seems to me one, obviously marriage has all sorts of benefits, as a whole, for sure, right? And so I'm not saying that marriage can't also be part of the vehicle that leads towards economic progress. I don't disagree with your statement there at all. I totally agree with you. However, it does seem like that economic, right? Being economically deprived makes you significantly less likely to get married. In fact, if you were to ask most black men, do they value marriage? Do they hope to be married? I think the answer is yes. I think, but if you were, and same with black women. But the problem is, if you don't feel economically prepared to take care of a family, then it discourages you from getting married.
But who is it incumbent upon to become economically mobile?
I think it's specifically, I would agree with you that it's probably more responsible on men, since men are supposed to be the heads of households in most relationships.
If you value marriage and you understand that you need to be in a particular economic position in order to get married, why aren't they doing it? Like, why?
Oh, sure. So, I mean, Lord, I mean, Stacey Abrams just recently, put on her page about the black man's agenda. I just put out a video about the black male agenda and what it's been, and it's been the same exact thing for about 60 years. And yeah, we probably need better economic opportunity, and most of the time, economic opportunity comes in the form of jobs. Unfortunately, we're finding study after study after study that demonstrates that literally simply having the black name makes you less likely to get hired, and even if you don't have a black name, that
Aber du
surviving
bullyst
the
halt eine Karma-Varus nicht wirklich. Das ist. What? Ach so, das ist alles. Gerade dachte. Warum hat der keine Träne? Gragas, what are you doing? Okay. Das ist big. Jetzt haben sie beides. Dragon und Herald. Goldlied ist weg da damit, oder? Jetzt ist die Frage, können sie den killen? Nein. Okay. Oh, stirbt der hier? Flash? Oh,
probiert. Kann nicht hinterher.
Sicher?
Varus ist 6. Hat Ult.
Ja, killt er den nicht, bevor der da dran ist?
Den kommt, glaube ich, nicht. Ja, immer noch ein Kragos.
Nee, das war nix. Der Herald hat jetzt 3 Plates gekostet. Vier? Okay, du musst Heralden. Ja. First Tower, right?
Er ist trotzdem beschissen.
Er ist nur even. No, ist nicht First Tower, never. Oh! Okay. Wenn sie First Tower kriegen, ist fein.
Da unten ist der Tower auch so gut wie weg, oder?
Ja, aber noch nicht. Die kriegen nicht. Das ist schlecht.
Ja. Varus hat jetzt 4 Plates oder was? Plus Farmlead.
Doppelte Farm. Verteidigt den Tower! Sein Mann! Nein!
Das stirbt auch noch an.
Und Flash.
Wenn jetzt noch gestorben wäre, dann hätte er gleich surrendern können. Ah, gute alte Mastercard.
Ein Quad weg. Schön. Der hat kein Sonias, right? Oh, aber da ist die Ult. Er ist tot.
Zählt es bei dem Renata-Überlebensding dann eigentlich, wer es dann quasi davor killt hat? Oder wenn man dann quasi diese,
Ich weiß es nicht, habe ich
das,
nicht ganz verstanden.
das rumlaufende Ding da killt?
Oh, unlucky. Wenn er den Revive kriegt, ist so big da. Okay. Goldlied ist fast wieder weg. Oh, er misst da. Oh, das ist natürlich verheerend. Und er kriegt keinen Revive.
Hat der Dash gerechnet oder warum? Du musst ja treffen. Deft ist ein Shutdown.
50 vor am Ende. Arme Kerle ist nicht mal vorne, er hat trotzdem einen Shutdown drauf.
Keine Ahnung.
Er ist ein Level hinter. Der ist wieder tot, oder? Der hatte doch Ult. Warum ultet der da nicht? Und hä?
Ja,
Okay.
warum der nicht committed hat. Haben die irgendwie nicht gesehen, dass sie gedacht haben, da kommt mehr, oder?
Der kann ja sogar unterm Tower rausholen mit der Ult. Von Asia. Verstehe nicht. Goldlied.
Aber schön ist, dass es auf Augenhöhe ist.
Kommt eigentlich jede Woche Seven vs. Wild raus oder jeden Tag?
Ich glaube, jede Woche.
Oh. Kann nicht. Oh, 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 oh. Wenn der Orn da ultet und die Renata rein. Oh, der Disengage des Suns. Okay. Oh, Big Pick?
GOGO gefällt mir in dem Spiel.
Der Silas unglaublich gut spielt. Das ist einfach, du darfst den nicht durchlassen gegen den. Oh, die ist tot, right? Nee, okay.
Oh lol.
2 mit 5 Leben. Ich hätte Zorn. Ah, das Dragon für T1, gell? Oh, ne? Okay.
Ich glaube, Dragon hat hier in dem Game,
Na gut, ist die berühmte Windsoul, ne? Darfst nicht unterschätzen.
ja, die ist furchteinflößend. Selben Level wie damals die Chemtech Soul.
Gut, die kommt zurück, gell? Darfst du nicht vergessen, ja.
Der in abgewandelter Form, oder?
Ja. Es gibt den Bereich nicht mehr, die Map wird nicht mehr so gemacht. Das war das Einzige, wo ich richtig Kast habe. Boom. Oh, oh. Okay. Oh. Live Graves. Was sehe ich gern. Können die da rein? Das sieht keiner mit Ohren, aber.
Warum danach? Das.
Weil sie dann in Position waren. Die haben es gut timen. Oh! Again! Oh no!
Faker kommt da raus.
Das ist so unfair. Der alte Mann hat gegen diese jugendliche Reflexe einfach keine Chance.
Unkillable Demon King. Von was kommt eigentlich das Demon King? Weiß es einer?
Nö. Warte. Hansen!
Owner's
What? Ist Baron! Hä? Kalista? Warum kein Baron?
Farmers am Leben.
Ja, es geht eben um den Asia, aber. Das ist so unfair. Guma spielt's gute Bild. Hol dir.
Aber der hat am Schluss auch Damage gemacht, gell? Seltsamerweise, also der Pokevarus.
Ah. Problem ist, du kannst halt pickt werden und mit dem Bild halt nett und dein Damage ist ungefähr gleich. Und hier machen deine Auto-Attacks halt auch noch Damage und beim anderen nur deine scheiß Spells. Ich mag's nicht. Also nicht in der Meta, keine Ahnung. Oh, oh, oh. Es reacht nicht. Oh.
Sehr spekulativ, die Ult.
Halt Asio, Graves und Varus. Die Baron Threat is real. Oh, don't do it. Becker. Gib den Tower. Gib den Tower.
Sind im Gold komplett even, aber kein Shutdown auf seitens T1, 3 Shutdowns auf seitens DRX.
Ja, ist doch fair, oder?
Ich würde es halt gern verstehen.
Das ist halt besser was verteiltes Gold, ne? Da kriege ich die eine. What? Ich dachte, der hat geultet, weil er den Graves von sich weg haben wollte. Wenn der Support sich mit einem Toplaner anlegt, ist kein gutes Zeichen. Jetzt, ja, schön. Oh! Ja! Big. Secker, einfach weg, bitte. Einfach weg, danke. Jetzt kannst du. Schneller! Schön. Und Finish?
Lauten.
How is this even possible?
War das mit der Ult oder wie hat er das gemacht? Nee. Flash, Smite oder was?
Irgend sowas. Warum? 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 Was war's? Und da könnte Carrier eigentlich ulte, ne? Ja, Flash Smite.
Dass er da in Range war.
Okay, ein Pick. Ah, das war's. CC.
Gragas ist aber auch clean.
Macht die Karma out? Schön. Das müsst ihr Fight sein eigentlich. Baron?
Glaubst du, die können den machen?
Was ist denn die Karma immer? Warum ultet denn der die permanent? Ja, okay. Oh. Big Pick. Schön. Doppel Triple Flash!
Eine Kalista, hat ja da Sperre drin gehabt, oder nicht?
Ist das ein gestohlener Baron? Sehe ich das gerade richtig? Oh Gott.
Base fällt auseinander. TK stirbt am Baron. Da ist aber auch viel schief gelaufen im letzten.
Die hatte doch keinen Jungler und ich hatte ja vorher smite müssen, um am Leben zu bleiben.
Kommt bestimmt gleich ein Replay, oder?
Ich glaube, das ist einfach nur vorbei, da kommt kein Replay mehr. Mal dann Replay sehe.
Kommt bestimmt gleich, der schreit ja auch schon danach. Jetzt schon interessiert, was da schief gelaufen ist.
To face so many elimination games, the perennial underdogs must do it again.
They always have heartbreaking moments in every series, but this one stings so much. The amount of pressure that is on these players now in this game 4 is unreal.
At the very least, this year has prepared DRX
Der hat ihn bestimmt blinded. Ne, der Graves war doch tot.
Der Viego. Graves war tot. Ja, Varus hat ihn ja gestohlen. Frage ist, warum hat der Viego nicht gesmited und warum hat die Kalista ihre Sperre nicht rausgezogen? Die macht doch mehr Damage wie ein Smite, oder?
Ich weiß es nicht mal mehr, dass es mal so hart genervt war. Aber die Kombination auf jeden Fall.
And Zeka was tanking the Baron when they turned. If he didn't fall there, they would have had an extra member to try to take that fight. But losing the Baron with Smite and Kalista against the Varus on the hits is unacceptable. DRX is going to be kicking themselves.
Those empowered Varus arrows, my goodness, those will catch ya. And they have multiple times here in this series.
Der Rechte hat sich gedacht, ja, heute sind Worlds Finals und ich suche mir irgendwas aus der Altkleidersammlung raus.
It has been an awesome series, and Game 3 was no exception.
I don't know.
With DRX's defeat, we are readying up for match point at the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much, Captain Flowers. I agree wholeheartedly how amazing this series is.
Da wird's ja noch besser. Der Linke macht einen auf Priester.
It was definitely League of Legends
But
being
like,
played out there.
dramatically so.
Yeah, exactly. Because that's the thing, we watch it and I'm like, I don't know how to do our job. How do we do our jobs now? How do we do... That's cool, I got a
Die Absicht. Überleg vorher, was die für Scheiße an.
Hi, Howdy.
Wer ist heute der Vollidiot?
Weißt du, das sind sich immer dann so 80% sich normal an und einer muss irgendwas die Reihe tanzen, oder wie?
Ja, ich glaube, so ist das halt. Es ist immer jemand anderes.
Frage ist, ob die das wollen oder ob die es vorgeschrieben kriegen, was sie da anziehen.
Ich kriege die nicht vorgeschrieben.
Einfach nicht das vorgeschrieben bekommen.
Keine Ahnung, wenn du so tough oder sowas anschaust, das ist ja alles gesponsert. Ich war es früher so.
Haben die eigentlich beide Barons gestohlen? Kann das sein?
Oh, ich glaube, ja. Der zweite Baron? Aber da ist Owner ja am Leben. Ah ne, das ist der erste.
Smite doesn't actually come out from Pioshek. So the moment that the rend is popped, that synergy needed to be there, and all he really did was set up the Baron for Ona to come and steal it away.
Ah, vielleicht denken die sich halt auch bei den Klamotten aus, weil die verrückten E-Sportler, die feiern das.
Exactly, you pick a
Glaube ich
number,
auch.
you say to smite rend, and either they rended too early or they didn't smite on the number. This next one though, it's a little bit of a redemption at first because you think, holy crap, maybe they get away from this Baron going down by being able to get this, and critically, Owner also presses the ult in the wrong direction because his flash was buffered already for that. So he goes down, and now this is all the timing game for DRX. So the biggest thing is that they can stay alive long enough. So basically, T1
GOGO hat noch
knows
Smite.
they don't have smite, so they're just trying to put as much damage down on DRX as possible. When Zeka dies here, it gives Guma a chance to just try and pressure them off the Baron. Look at how low it gets, but DRX thinks they're gonna die. The Ren comes out early, crucially on the second one. That was 1,300 health after the Rend, and then there was a smite, but he was dying anyway. So this one, I think, was actually more about the pressure of them getting forced. Weirdly enough, because there was no smite to steal. It's the first one I think was actually more what they were kicking themselves over.
Nino?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think the big, like, just not syncing it up in that first
Wobei ich mir schon noch gern das Priester-Outfit näher angeschaut hätte. Da auch noch eine Anstecknadel. Da oben. Das ist auch aus der 50er.
Tries to flip the script a bit here on red side. We saw DRX try the Kalista Renata into it. Didn't work in lane phase, but they managed to funnel gold into it because of these Herald
Mir gefallen
fights,
die Trikots von DRX.
getting in
Sehen
some
irgendwie
kills
cool
and
aus.
skirmishes. T1, not a very Kalista prio heavy team. It didn't work them very well in the regular season, so I doubt they'll
Ja, Connection lost.
Ja, das hat's kaputt gemacht.
Ne, bei mir läuft's.
Ich bleib bei meiner Aussage.
Ja, ich nehme an, ich tue mal refreshen. Ja, geht nix.
GG.
2-2. Dann mache ich mal einen neuen Raum. Ha?
Ah, warte.
Jetzt tut sich was.
Bei mir seid ihr wieder drin.
Ja, jetzt passt's. Aber wenn du gerade Faker siehst, ja. Rückspule. Ja, wobei, es waren die ersten 3 Bands. Hannes Heimer und Ash.
Renata offen. Atrox offen. Graves offen.
Seju offen.
Der Rice-Bun, warum der Rice-Bun? Ja, jetzt geht's andersrum. Jetzt kommt da Renata.
Ich würde es jetzt gerade gemirrored.
Oh, Seju. Okay. Ja, ihr müsst was ändern, ne?
Kindred würde ich feiern.
Keine Kindred so nicht picken. Du kannst Kindred nicht so early picken. Ja, sehe ich. Ja, mach mal.
Was ist dein Counterplay dann?
Es gibt kein Counterplay zu Renata.
Nee, zu Kindred. Was änderst du, wenn die jetzt Kindred picken?
Nix, du pickst Graves.
Ich will jetzt immer noch Graves picken. Der Graves war jetzt doch bisher. War der Game-Winning?
Oh, hat schon gut ausgesehen.
Okay. Was holt sich Faker jetzt? Wahrscheinlich Victor. Oder Akali.
Surviving the interview process is really difficult to get hired as a black man as well. In fact, studies have demonstrated recently that white felons have better job acquisition.
Maybe actually.
Males, right? They've done studies to prove this. So it seems like, yes, the job
du hast halt dein
specifically
Silence,
for
ne?
black men to try to find ways of becoming financially stable such that they are able to take care of their families. That is a responsibility specifically of black men. And I think there are plenty of societal inhibitors that are getting in the way of that.
Okay, so these societal inhibitors, do you think that they're going to go away anytime soon?
Maybe not necessarily.
Okay, hold on.
Sure.
So these societal impediments, let's call them.
Mm-hmm.
This is my issue. If black men take umbrage with what they feel is a white supremacist system, like, do you really expect whitey
Hier ist auf T1-Seite Graves nicht so gut, glaube ich.
Why aren't black men doing something about their ability to get jobs?
Ja.
Ist ein Flex-Pick, aber ist ziemlich. Graves, oder? Du musst Graves bannen, Kindred ist weg. Ich glaube, du musst Graves bannen. Ich sehe es zwar nicht so, oh, sie gehen ins Risiko ein. Sie trade. Gut. Und last.
Ja, aber wenn die jetzt Aatrox picken, dann geht die Sage wieder safe in Jungle und die picken jetzt. Ne, können sie ja, die picken den Camille. Oder irgendwas, was die Lane halt nicht gewinnen.
Ist ein ultra weirdes T1-Team, oder?
Ich hätte auch gesagt, dass der Draft bei dir ist. Vor allem fahre ich Faker nicht so auf Akali. Jetzt rasiert er wahrscheinlich gleich, aber.
Die picken jetzt einfach nur Silas und sind fein.
Silas ist.
Oh, die haben Ding, die haben Asi. Nevermind.
Maokai Jungle.
Ja, die wollen Maokai Renata ult machen.
Das war ganz am Anfang war das doch ein Ding. Ach, Fiora habe ich gerade auf dem Schirm gehabt.
Doch. Deshalb ist ja ein Flex-Pick. Vollkommen recht gehabt. Ich sehe schon, geht den Jungle jetzt. Jetzt haben sie feine Matchups. Ja. Botlane muss gewinnen bei DRX, oder?
Vor allem haben T1 spielt jetzt um Toplane, oder? Aber die müssen aber eigentlich auch um Botlane spielen.
Nö. Kalista kann passiv spielen, kann aggressiv sein. Sie will aggressiv spielen, aber sie muss es nicht.
Eigentlich hätte ich Bock auf einen Kaffee.
Nimmst du morgen eigentlich auch was für den Zylinder mit, Nino?
Welchen Zylinder?
Beim DO oder beim DI. Beim Rüberfahrtzylinder, der ist doch auch demoliert.
Wenn der da ist. Ich weiß nicht, ob der schon gekommen ist. Geld habe ich ihn.
Ich dachte, der ist aus der 3er ausgebaut worden.
Der für 2 ist, also 3 ausgebaut worden. Aber das war ein anderer.
Ja, das war ein anderer. Sehen, nur du hast gesagt gehabt, dass du einen Ausbau löscht. Da habe ich gefragt, ob ich es dem Dani sagen soll.
Wenn der da ist, nehme ich ihn mit. Wenn nicht, dann fixe ich es halt so geschwind wieder. Muss dann die Kabellänge anders bündeln, dann geht es auch.
Okay.
Bei die Pneumatikschläuche.
Botlane aufs Maul haue.
Hat die Jungle beide nach oben. Jora mit Ghost Teleport. Was ich interessant finde, ist, dass Aphelios überhaupt kein Value hat in der Series bisher.
Gut, der wurde als Konterpick für Lucian Nami verwendet. Weiß nicht, wie
Punch. Ja, aber auch so ist.
Oh. Oh, die können nicht. Schön. Big Boy. Der Renata-Shit ist so devastating, ne?
Alle Sams weg. Aber gescheit Zeit verschwendet da unten.
Go. Oh, ich gegangen.
Den Maokai nicht. Könnt ihr theoretisch covern, oder?
Oh.
Oh. Pardon?
Nee. Oh, doch. Sapling. Oh! So unlucky.
Jetzt hast du 2-0 für Raka.
Tank Soraka, das ist. Okay. Oh, schön. Flash Force.
Das ist sein Lieblingswort, oder? Pixel Perfect.
No. Boah, schön. Spiel von T1. Ihr könnt die nicht. Ihr könnt die Dive?
Lol.
Okay.
Das ist big.
Die RX hat dazugelernt. Shieldbow war es.
Und in dem Team eigentlich DPS hast du im Asia. Mich würde interessieren, wann sie was gehen. Ich blick nicht ganz.
Gut, jetzt müssen sie halt eine Fiora und eine Seju killen. Ich denke, das.
Ja, aber killst du die nicht eher über Burst? Weil die hielt sich doch die ganze Zeit wieder hoch.
Ja,
Ach,
Seju muss.
die werde schon wissen, was sie tun. Ich meine, nee, ich meine die Fiora.
Okay. Müsste nur Faker killen. Das? Und der Varus stirbt nicht, weil er Shieldbow prockt. Weg.
Aber Infant Faker, oder?
To get educated. Like I don't understand why you're relying on another group of men.
Are you talking about at the societal level, or are you talking about at the individual level? Which of these two are you talking about?
At the societal level. Why?
Okay.
Why you have black men in positions of power? You have black extremely affluent and wealthy black men. Why? Like I don't understand why. Like why?
It makes a lot of sense. So first off, I mean, what you can do, I mean, obviously, I think that the responsibility is on all individuals to like try to their best to make the decisions for themselves. Like we make decisions at an individual level, not at a systemic level.
Right, but
right?
we know that they're not making the right decisions. We know that.
I know.
They're not.
I know. If you'd let me finish, what I was going to say was that so it is incumbent on the individuals, but I would say that when you start talking more broadly at societal levels, then you start looking at the factors that are likely to cause what do you call them? Normative outcomes, right? And so then if you start saying, hey, here are impediments after impediments after impediments, and then you're trying to say there's a system. I mean, why aren't black people like succeeding when you have impediment after impediment after impediment? Then it seems like I don't know. It feels like you're almost trying your best to skirt past all of the systemic barriers and just trying to say, no, responsibilities, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. That's what it feels like. Am I wrong?
You really think that black men are trying to like they're just trying to transcend their plight? You don't think that black men are actively perpetuating to their own degeneracy, to their own plight? You don't think that black men are negatively impacting themselves and the community? Are you serious?
It's the second charge.
Black men are probably negatively impacting themselves and the community, but I would say a lot of that is from the cultural environments that they have been forced into by plenty of plans by the government. And they're hold on. And I know you're saying, oh my gosh, as if I've talked more than you. And it's almost hold on, wait a minute. You like this thing is happening again. You cannot be
No, not you. Not you, but it's this argument. It's this.
Well, okay, look. I know, but I'm the one making the argument, so it's impossible for me not to take it personally when you decide to interrupt me when I'm making the argument that I obviously believe is cogent. Even if you disagree, let me finish it in the same way that I'm letting you disagree, letting you make your points that I disagree with. That's fair. Okay, so I don't even remember the point I was making now. I'm lost. I'm sorry. Go ahead, say what you were going to say, and then maybe it'll come back.
I think that black men are not only engaging in the system negatively, in the system that they claim is oppressing them, they are perpetuating. They're perpetuating that oppression. So
thank you. Sam Cedar Simp said it. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Thank you.
So you're saying that they were forced into these areas, and they're sort of operating based on this degenerate culture. Why aren't they changing the cultures as leaders in the community? Supposed leaders in the community, supposed builders in the community. Wouldn't it behoove them to revitalize the culture, to change the culture, to change these communities and these hoods and these ghettos? Like, whose job is it? It's not anyone else's job.
Well, it's really crazy. It's really crazy that you would say that, because when white people went through all of the problems that they've gone through, the government has gone, wait, hold on. Let me finish my point. Please don't. I know. Oh my God. It's crazy that someone else has another point that disagrees with me. Let me finish it and then we'll get to a point. This is the third time you've done that. Chill. So it's crazy to me, because what we recognize is typically when people are dealing with not systemic injustice, when people are in deprived states, the government has gone out of its way time after time to pick those people up. For example, when there's crazy housing crises that are leading to large scale unemployment and things like that, such as the Great Depression, what did they do? There was a great, what was it? The New Deal by FDR, where they decided, hey, we're going to create better social programs. We're going to create specific jobs specifically for these people. We're going to go ahead and give them better loans. We're going to create training programs to help them get jobs. They do all of these things. We're going to give them better loans for their housing. We're going to give them specific investments into their businesses and give them tax breaks and tax relief. All of these things that they do specifically to help these people so that they don't become also a ghetto. So it seems like, I would imagine, and I'm pretty sure the government is aware of this, that most of the time people are not capable of pulling themselves up by their bootstraps. Thank you, Sam, for reminding me of that, which is what it seems like you're trying to put the onus on Black people to do. Now, what I can say is, again, at the individual level, Yes, my mother did a lot. My mother was in abject poverty when the year after I was born. We were on welfare. She eventually went back to school, got a master's degree. Now is in the upper middle class, has owned several homes in her own private practice. She did all of these things despite the poverty. But I obviously, in my own personal opinion, I believe that God had a big hand in that. But the fact of the matter was, her tenacity helped her really push past that. I know most people don't have that tenacity. So then it's crazy to me, knowing that most people don't have that tenacity, that you expect black people to do that when white people wouldn't do it in the same situation.
Can I ask
wait, really quick, last point. Economic mobility is just something that is really, really difficult in this country for white people and black people alike. And the things that you're generalizing about black people are specifically poverty-stricken black people, because middle-class black people do not have the same exact issues. These are two different things.
Can I just toss a little grenade and then you guys can talk around it? I'm so sorry. I'm curious.
Go ahead.
Sorry, hold on.
Wait, hold on. I gotta.
Hold on. Listen, the idea that
I just want to throw in a little thing, and then it's supporting your point. I'm just curious. I just want to hear Fnatic and you guys talk about this, okay? So it's been said by some people, I think, Fnatic, and I'm curious. You can provide me an example and shut it down, okay? Because this lady's turning me into a Nazi, okay? No, okay, but I'm just this is just a talking point, okay?
Oh my God.
Okay. I think that one of the unique issues that surrounds the black community, when you talk about how like the U.S. government sees that like people can't lift themselves out of poverty, people can't do it. I think the issue is that you have had groups of people come to the United States, and it seems like they did do that. That Italians came to the United States, Irishmen came to the United States, and when these people got here, they were poor, they were disenfranchised, and oftentimes they were discriminated against by the communities that they came to try to integrate into. A lot of people didn't like Italians and Irish people when they got to New York. A lot of people put up signs discriminating against them, but these people managed to like etch out communities, etch out their own ghettos. They created their own economic opportunities, and they eventually like worked their way through things. Early Chinese people, Asian Americans that came to the United States that were building railroads, also had cultures that enabled them to kind of like grow out of things. That when you talk about like, programs, all these things, these weren't programs that were made to uplift specific like white communities. They might have been discriminatory, but it wasn't like they were saying, here is a fucked ethnic group, we need to help them. It seems like a lot of the ethnic groups in the United States have been able to kind of like, so I'm kind of curious, just as a little question, like it seems like for
6.000 Gold, ja gut.
1000 Gold, die komplette Map gehört ihnen. Sie können eigentlich alles machen. Und sie haben das schlechtere Late-Game-Team, würde ich sagen.
Ja, Ausnahmen die Akali, die Fiora.
Oh. Schön, Atrox, maybe? Oh God, it's a horrible mistake. Was der Asi aushält, was ist denn los?
Hat Krone.
Und das macht ihn zu einem Tank, oder wie?
Ja.
The black community, this has been a particular challenge, and there weren't like programs made for the Irish to succeed, for Italians to succeed, or even for Hispanic people to succeed. Well, yeah, how does you?
Hold on, no,
wait, no, Destiny,
hold on.
You're gonna dog.
Wait, I did cut her off. I'm so sorry. Okay.
Oh
so
yeah, you're right.
And then, okay.
So first of all, black men have had access to not only welfare but government social programming as well. So when you come up here and you say other minorities or marginalized groups of people have come here and they've been given government social support, so have black men. As a matter of fact, I refer to the report. Black men had access to welfare before even black women did. They were one of the first groups to have access to welfare because they were crippling the economy in the at that time. So we need to stop acting like black men have.
Ich weiß nicht, die lassen halt ihr komplettes Team allein. Ich meine, es ist Worth am Ende, aber...
They have had help. They don't help themselves.
Okay, so let me respond to Destiny and then I'll respond to the thing that you just said. Okay, so number one, when you start talking about like the economic mobility of people like the Irish and things like that, they had the complexion for the protection. The average Irish immigration into this country was from 1820 until 1930. The New Deal was not expressly excluded from Irishmen. When the country was at its worst, Irishmen, being white, had access to all of the benefits and all of the aim that was guided at helping them. They were always white, so they didn't encounter the same discrimination. If you watch the other video that I did about the black and brown myth, Hispanic people have always, largely until the Civil Rights Act actually passed, they were considered white as well and still are. So they were not segregated in the same way that black people were. Hispanic people were allowed to go to education to the same schools as their white counterparts, as were Asians. Black people were the only ones who were deprived of education in that way. Black people were the ones who were expressly forbidden from being able to testify in court. The Jim Crow was aimed specifically at black men, not people of color. People of color and colored people wasn't a phrase until 1968. So all of this time, the civil rights movement has already happened. We've already passed the Civil Rights Act of 1964. We've already passed the Civil Rights Act of 1968, the Fair Housing Act. So all of these things have happened, and these are after the New Deal has already provided homes, and the GI Bill has made up 20% of all new homes, and which has been largely excluded to black men. And you have the FHA and the HOLC and all of these different programs that are specific and job training programs that were specifically aimed at.
Was?
Warum haben die jetzt mit allem abgebrochen? Oder wollten die bloß die TPs forcen?
Gar nicht. Die machen jetzt Baron.
White people. So when you ask how did the Irish people achieve their economic mobility, the government helped them. But the government has never lent its hand in the exact same way. You'll give us welfare. Black people have had access to welfare. Welfare is not the same as the GI Bill as it used to be. It's definitely, they've never done the same the low to zero interest loans that they did back in that point. No. They gave white people, specifically when it came to
durch die Botlane durch.
They gave white people single-family units at which they could live in near industrial centers that were expressly exclusively white communities, and then left the cities with nothing. And black people were largely relegated to the cities because of this, and that's why the culture of poverty has been somewhat restricted to that area in the way that it has. And the government has never rectified that, which is the reason why I'm always asking for reparations, and that's why you see the different mobility between the two.
Hold on. Why do you think it's I'm not saying this, I'm not trying to be like cold-hearted or anything, but why do you think if a group of men or people are trying to maintain their status quo, their power structure, why do you think that they would give you a handout? Why like I don't even understand why that's even a talking point. Like, oh well, they help the white people, they should help us. Why? You're men.
Okay, I'm sorry. So now you're moving the conversation. You're not moving.
I'm asking you a question.
I know I know, and I heard your question, and I'm responding. So the original point that you were asking, the first question was, why aren't black people pulling themselves up? And my response to that
I said black men.
Black men, right? I got you. Fine. Even though obviously black women are significantly the highest group in poverty as well. Now,
because of black men.
Listen, sure. Listen, I don't care about your blaming. I'm going to finish my point. Hold on. Let me finish my point. So I'm going to finish my point. So again, now, the first question you asked me was originally, why aren't black men pulling themselves up by their bootstraps? Now you're asking me, do you think that it's likely or reasonable to expect white people who have been in power and have largely contributed to the space that black men are, do you expect them to give the handouts that are
Warum kriegen die gerade kein Gold?
Hold on, I'm gonna finish. Let me finish responding. You asked the question.
I don't want you to misunderstand what I'm asking you. I'm asking you this question because Steven just gave you a whole bunch of examples of
and I responded to his pretty adequately.
Of other oppressed minority groups.
They weren't oppressed in the same way, as I explained to you. Asian people were white. Chinese people were white. Hispanic people are white. So if you're talking about oppression, they didn't experience the same oppression. So making that comparison doesn't make sense. Education is one of the most significant tools for economic mobility. Education was specifically and exclusively denied to black people. Chinese people and Asian people and Hispanic people were not excluded. Brown versus Board of Education only applied to black people. Asians and Hispanics were already allowed in those schools. So when you start talking about the educational deprivation or the economic deprivation or the transportation deprivation or the government service programs deprivation, all of those were exclusively aimed at black people. That's the difference.
Okay, so Mr. Fanatic, this is what I have to say about the Board of Brown versus the Board of Education. Did you not just complain about the school to prison pipeline? And who advocated? Who brought that to the Supreme Court? Who was that?
What, the Brown versus Board of Education?
Yeah.
Black people.
No.
Specifically the NAACP.
It was black men.
Bin ich mal gespannt, was mit dem Adolf passiert.
25k, der ist aufgegangen.
Wait, did you think that there were no black women in the NAACP? Is that what you were saying?
Let me finish. Now you're complaining about
Was
the way
eigentlich
that
immer Blue Side was
education
gewonnen hat? Hast du aufpasst?
Nee, ich hab nicht aufgepasst. Aber könnte sein, war immer hin und her.
System is treating you and the outcomes that the children are having. But this is what you advocated for. This is what you fought for. And you're surprised when a group of people in a power structure who literally said, don't run into that burning house. We don't want you here. But you pushed and you advocated and you fought to integrate into their system, into their pedagogy, and into their society. Are you serious?
Okay, so it sounds...
Was ist denn das, was der auf seinem Hemd hat?
And now you're crying that they're not helping you, and as men, you're not helping yourselves?
It sounds to me like you're okay. So obviously, when you're living in a society is going to be developed by a bunch of systems, right? Like the educational system, right? We obviously recognize that education is the greatest tool, one of the three greatest tools for economic mobility. But when that education is deprived from black people, then they obviously recognize that they need to be able to get access to the same thing that white people have. Because at the time, they were under the rule of Flessy versus Ferguson, which said separate but equal. But as you know, as I'm sure everyone else knows, it wasn't equal. The schools in black communities were largely underfunded, and they still are. The school, all of the things that were supposed to be separate but equal were not the same. The universities in black communities were horrendously underfunded.
25.000 K. Ja, aber krass.
Er hat richtig übertrieben.
25.000 K sind halt,
2,5 Millionen, oder?
Ja.
So hat sich's angefühlt.
That's the real shit.
They just didn't have the same access to education as white people did. And the idea that they were going to the idea that you were going to try to force them, or the same way that you're asking me this question now, the idea that you were going to force them to give the adequate funding such that they would be able to give, like that these schools would be equal, was ridiculous. As opposed to that, the concept was, if we can find a way to integrate into these schools, we'll have access to the same opportunities. Fortunately, it worked. I happened to go to a school that was exclusively white. I was like the only. I was the only black person in the school that I went to. I mean, in almost all of my classes, it'd be one or one of two or one of one in all of my elementary school classes. Hold on. If you can let me finish. So okay, I got you. And even though I was the only,
aber Luxusband.
Ach, die haben das predicted, okay.
Syra kommt, ich sag's euch. Das ist ein Syra-Game, ne?
Warum haben sie selber Luxusband?
Ja, weil ich mir gedacht habe, dass die durchkommt. War das Last Ban?
T1 hat da, sie haben sich selber komplett verwirrt, okay, jetzt haben sie mich auch verwirrt. Das heißt, DRX wollte, dass die eigentlich Caitlyn picken, und dann hätten die quasi...
Ich glaube, das ist ein Zeitpunkt, wo wir mal zurück müssen, ne? Also, die haben sich komplett selber verwirrt.
Ja.
Nee, die haben gedacht, die picke die first!
Naja, DRX ist davon ausgegangen, dass T1 Caitlyn first pickt.
Ja!
Und dann wollten die halt wahrscheinlich für Varus Karma gehen oder was weiß ich was. Bin mir jetzt sicher, ob das mit Karma dann einfach smooth war. Also am Anfang sah es aus wie Int erstmal, oder?
Caitlyn ist trotzdem nicht weak, die hat noch viele.
Ich meine, die Karma als First Pick.
Ja, das ist doch dann nicht klug. Dann nimmst du doch lieber was Priorisiertes, oder?
Ja, deswegen sage ich ja, sah aus wie Int, aber die wussten dann, wenn die jetzt die Karma gehen, dann müssen die Caitlyn gehen.
Das ist doch trotzdem dumm. Von welcher Seite aus argumentierst du?
Nee, die wollen, ich habe das Gefühl gehabt, dass beide aus irgendeinem Grund diese Varus Karma Lane wollten. Und DRX hat halt gedacht, die picken Caitlyn, deswegen haben sie Luxband.
Aber dafür haben sie jetzt Caitlyn gekriegt. Also gewinnt DRX ja den Exchange. Sie kriegen jetzt Asia
Nee,
Caitlyn.
DRX wollte ja von Anfang an den Varus.
Und kriegen jetzt noch einen dominanteren Pick.
Das ist jetzt die Frage, ob die den als dominanter sehen.
Naja, er war Pick-Ban bisher durch die ganze World.
Ja, aber wenn er offen war, auch nicht immer hundertprozentig aufgegangen, oder?
Wir werden es sehen.
So I don't know. Like it seems to me like obviously once black
So, jetzt haben die zwei Prio Lanes. Jetzt kommt der Graves bei DRX.
It does seem to change their changes their earnings. It's crazy to me that you can keep
Rice
fighting the fact that black women are out earning men in degrees and saying that education is a necessary tool while simultaneously decrying the methods that we use to get that integration and saying that we shouldn't have done it. It's crazy.
So this is the problem that I have because you just bolstered my argument.
Men in degrees and saying that education is a necessary tool while simultaneously decrying the methods that we use to get that integration and saying that we shouldn't have done it.
DRX is stacked.
So this is the problem that I have.
Das darf halt eigentlich nicht durchkommen, oder?
My argument, probably inadvertently. But you said that you were the only in all of these academic spaces, you were the only black man, right?
One of two, yeah.
Hold on.
Gut, Camille können sie noch
And
spielen.
I can and even though I said we're not going to personalize this, okay, I'll bite.
Renata ist auch.
And there were no black men in my program as well.
What?
Okay, so what if we're gonna if you don't want to look at the statistics because you feel like, oh, they don't account for this or that, okay, so observationally, anecdotally, empirically speaking, we can say that black men are not getting.
Die Frage ist, was spielt sich für einen Supporter bei der Caitlyn, oder?
They advocated for integration, and they advocated and fought the Supreme Court for access to the same
or
academic institutions as white people.
Ich habe gerade irgendwas vibrieren. Jan?
Ist gerade nebenher, wenn das. Oh.
Aber ich habe auch nichts gehört.
Na, hat Faker gerade eine Nachricht gekriegt.
Ja, wahrscheinlich.
Not getting educated. They're not even getting their high school education.
Pick doch jetzt einfach Graves, oder? Bitte. Kannst du Graves spielen? Dann pick jetzt Graves. Es sind 3 Prio Lanes.
Jetzt fehlt nur noch Yumi, die ist halt Band, aber dann hätten sie quasi alle OP-Helden, die sich aus den Worlds rauskristallisiert haben, oder?
What?
Okay, krass.
What is happening?
Economics at all?
Ihr könnt kein Graves picken.
That's number one.
Okay.
Number two, you're talking about
Aber die Bart gepickt. Bart ist auch nur P-Champ, wie sie ist.
Ich bin mal gespannt, was der Bart macht. Der will ja eigentlich nur roam, oder? Aber du willst ja eigentlich mit Caitlyn deine Lane gewinnen, oder nicht? Oder kannst du die auch alleine lassen?
Ja.
Ja.
Ich halt an der Tower und farmst. Und die keiner ran an dich.
Dann ist das wahrscheinlich der Plan, oder? Silas open? Ne, der mir Asia oder nevermind. Kommt eine Y oder sowas komisches, oder?
Eigentlich brauchst du nur ein Safe Engage. Ich würde Maokai picken.
Y.
Weißt du, ich bin nicht so begeistert von Y.
Safe Engage.
Wow, wenn das ist.
Oh! Den habe ich vergessen. Spotty ist halt auch noch stark. Alter! Aber der Bart, den sehe ich nicht. Warum würdest du da nicht eine Private Lane noch vollendet?
Weil die wahrscheinlich um den Artbox rumspielen müssen.
You said that these schools were in ghettos. These
Oder?
schools were
Artbox war nur stark, wenn du
basically they
rumgespielt
were
hast.
deprived. Even when they did have access to education, they were still deprived. That's what you said, right?
Wait, no, I'm sorry. I was specifically saying that it was a necessary
Die
thing.
Caitlyn wird ein
Integration
bisschen
was
verkauft.
necessary in order for them to have economic
Um den
mobility.
Artbox rum.
And furthermore, I want to point out to you, when you keep making these statements like, oh, yeah, black men aren't getting educated and they're not finishing high school, you're specifically talking about a specific class of black people.
Oh my God.
Typically, no. Every time I speak, you interrupt. You literally.
You gotta let him finish.
Let me
Thank you. Literally, no.
Aber mit Trade Series. Da wie es jetzt ausgeht, das war immer ein bisschen abwechslungsreich.
Listen, I'll just say this, it's really quick. I'm just going to say that if you're going to like try to use poverty-stricken black people and apply that to black people
Ja, es ist nicht immer die gleiche Scheiße.
because again, middle class and upper class black
Gab's
people
schlimmere
have
Seasons.
significantly higher graduation rates than their poverty-stricken counterparts. So it seems like the problem is economic.
Okay. Everybody knows that the problem is economic. Everybody knows, but again, you pointed to this. I want everybody to understand something. You pointed to the fact that black women, single mothers, are the highest rates of poverty. So if we
Stell dir mal vor, du hättest noch die ganzen Pausen gehabt.
You can't have a single mother without an absentee father. That's how that works. So if you know that that's what's creating the poverty in the black community, again, black men are not being held accountable. They're not being held to the fire. They're pumping and dumping. They're doing whatever the hell they want. They're making communities dangerous. They're killing each other. They're toe tagging each other. They're toe tagging women and children. They're and they're not getting their education at the same rate as other groups or black women for that matter.
2 angefangen. Games haben glaube ich auch um 2 angefangen, oder?
Upper class. None of that matters. I'm saying overall. Black men
Mit
are
den Pausen
not
locker
getting
6.
educated to the same degree that black women are getting educated. At all, it's like 2 to 1. It might be 3 to 1 at this point.
Nein, ich hätte nur Philipp heute mal anrufen sollen. Vielleicht wäre dann auch klar.
But it's 2 to 1.
Dachte, ach so.
So, again.
Ja, heute früh um 7 war er noch online.
Just wrong here.
Ja, wenn man den um 10 Uhr aufgemacht hätte, vielleicht hätte er vielleicht wieder einen Schlafrhythmus gehabt.
Der wollte eigentlich wach bleiben, der hat doch gemeint, dass er
Der Philipp immer.
Okay.
Aber der ist alt, der kann das auch nicht mehr so gut.
Philipp der Jüngste von uns.
Nino.
There were professors out of Stanford University, and they did a study where they took black boys and adolescents and they put them in comparable situations to white men and
Beim Osten alters wahrscheinlich auch
so
schneller.
you had one black family, one white family, and they were in the same socioeconomic bracket, in the same socioeconomic at the same socioeconomic income level. Sorry, and in some cases,
Okay,
black
was da
families
passiert?
earned more than their white counterparts. What that study found was that black men, even when they come from 2-parent households, even when they come from economically advantaged households, they are more likely to not graduate high school. They're more likely than their white counterpart. They're more likely to not seek higher education, not get degrees, not go to college, not go to university.
Auf die Gwen
And you know
gespannt.
what's even more interesting? They're more likely to actually
Nicht neue Antwort, oder?
fall into poverty.
Neu nicht, aber
What you saw with the white family, or with white boys,
Lange nicht gesehen.
white young men, they graduated high school. They went on to get their degrees or their masters.
Hier ist es
their
aber nicht mal so eine
undergrads, whatever it
schlechte
was.
Antwort.
And they were able to either maintain that same socioeconomic status or income level, or they were able to surpass it. They did the same thing with black girls and white girls. And black girls were also able to compete with white women. Black women would graduate high school. They would go on to get their degrees and their masters, and they were able to get in, stay in that same socioeconomic class.
So you're
Big.
gonna rant on this point for 10 minutes? What's going on?
Und Flash noch
The
raus.
problem is black
Oh,
men,
echt?
you can't
I
perform.
hear you.
It doesn't matter if you come from it doesn't matter
Davon
if you're
nehmen wir
mom or dad.
Flashen.
It doesn't matter if you
Yeah.
have money.
All
You're
right.
not
So
graduating
it
high
That's
sounds.
one panic
So
flash.
once again, you're lying. You're talking
All right,
about black
so-
men. Well, let me finish. No. You're not gonna rant that. You're not gonna. Hold on. You're not gonna rant that long and not let me respond. So I'm gonna go ahead and respond now, right? Okay. So you made a statement first, and you were wrong. You were lying. You said that black men aren't graduating. You said that black men aren't graduating high school. So let me expose your lies to you really quick. So it seems like the graduation rate in 2022 for African Americans is in Hawaii is 95.83%, Alaska 94.84%, and it goes all the way down until it starts getting into the southern states where it hits 83%. 83.64, starting with Arkansas, right? And then you have Arkansas, Wisconsin, Alabama, Florida, South Carolina, Minnesota, Louisiana, Mississippi, South Dakota. All of the southern states are where the graduation rates start falling. And even in those states, the graduation rate is still at its absolute lowest, 78.92%, close to 80% if we're going to round, right? So still, it seems like the vast majority of black men are actually graduating high school. You were just lying. And of course, now they give the reasons for this as opposed to just giving you a stat with no thing. And the first thing it says in the link that I actually provided for you in the Discord.
Aber ist es das, was du willst? Die Mittel in der Hand bringen?
African Americans are consistent.
Na gut, wenn der halt seine Upgrades kriegt, dann pusht er halt permanent nur noch rein. Dann hat er endlich dagegen gepusht.
At both the high school and college level. It is estimated that approximately 32% of black students live below the poverty line and 10% of Caucasians live below the poverty line. So once again, it seems like this problem is economics. And if you want to start if you want to trace what caused the economic deprivation of black men, it has always and consistently been a lack of jobs and a lack of economic opportunity caused by systemic deprivation and systemic
Karim sieht aber auch gut aus.
Remember, the March on Washington was called a March on Washington for jobs. I know, no. You're not gonna, oh my God, me and get indignant. You're not gonna do that after you ranted for 20 freaking minutes and I sat there silent.
You've been ranting.
Again, okay, sure. I bet you believe that, but I'm gonna go ahead and finish. The person who claimed you were the person who claimed that literally that everybody kept getting indignant and that you couldn't have good conversations and you've been a bad actor from the very beginning. Chill all that out. So anyway, the point I got you and I have a right to be because you keep getting indignant while talking over me and being rude. So I do you need another break to calm down? The other point. Okay, I will. Thank you for your permission. I'll go ahead and do so.
Thank you.
So the point has always been the point that the March on Washington, that we obviously all know that led to the Civil Rights Acts, that was called the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom, because black men were systemically
Schwierig da von der Top-Lane Difference zu sprechen, weil der eine Aatrox hat, oder?
House buying is literally the largest
Sie konnte halt Kontopicker.
in this country, and it seemed like in most of these cases that was being
Oh, die Caitlyn ist down in CS. Das ist ein bisschen scary, muss ich sagen.
Right? So obviously we just had recent settlements in the government for reverse
aber
redlining.
damage!
States in our country have been sued because of the fact that they have been economically, specifically targeting black people with these mud loans and things like that, which was one of the largest things that wiped out black wealth in recent history. So we have those things. We still have bad ability to get jobs. Even black people with degrees still have a hard time getting a job and still earn less than their white counterparts with the same degrees, even if we control for all of these other factors. So it seems to me like you're saying, yes, economics is the problem. I'm glad that we finally got on the same page there, but it seems like you're willing to deny all of the things that led to this problem of economics. And so I don't know how we even move forward from that.
So this is my thing about this is the problem that I have. If you take, I said it before, if you take umbrage with the system, you address the system. If the system is creating social, economic, or political inequities, you take umbrage with the system. Black women have been doing that for millennia. Black women they're being discriminated in the workplace because they can't wear their natural hair. And now, because they've been advocating on behalf of themselves, they're getting less.
Aber das ist trotzdem, der Aatrox muss jetzt...
You have to
Oh, und er geht crazy.
And you have to, That's the only way you're going to get change.
Ah.
You're totally by saying, agree. You're not helping us. You're not giving us what we need. They're not supposed to.
I totally agree with you. I totally agree that you have to go to the system and start looking at the system and finding out how that is impacting you.
Jetzt sind sie fein.
I think that's what we're starting to do now. We're starting to recognize.
Müssen sie nur die Caitlyn ein bisschen ins Game bringen, weil der geht wieder pennen.
Rejecting black, have just been rejecting the black agenda, and we're seeing that they're not actually having our interest at heart.
Aber warum denn?
Republicans are significantly worse, I think.
Ja gut, aber jetzt hast du DPS durch die Gwen und durch den Victor.
Weil der will da nicht hin. Der will weder zu einem Hekarim noch zu einem Aatrox. Der will so weit wegstehen, wie es nur geht.
Outside of the system or whatever it needs to be done in order to try to achieve progress. You were asking the question of why originally.
Es ist einfach nicht gut. Diese Champions, das ist so unfair für ADCs.
Depression has been rampant in this country from 1968 until present day. And so when you want to say why these things are happening, that's why. Now, obviously the solution is going to have to come at the individual level. I would say obviously avoid having children out of wedlock, stay away from drugs, stay away from gangs. Obviously, educate yourself as much as possible and make sure education is paramount in your family. And I think those are the ways to achieve economic mobility. Those are the things that I would suggest for everyone. And I also think that reparations is probably due in this country and would probably offset a lot of the damage that's been done. And that's what we've done for other people.
Okay, well, I definitely disagree with that. And the study, and Steven, I've been sending you studies.
Yeah, I saw the first one.
No, the last one that I just sent you.
No, I saw the first one you sent me, but yeah, go ahead. Or
sorry?
I saw the first one that you sent me. I haven't been reading the other ones, but yeah, go ahead.
Did you read the Moynihan report?
What? No, I haven't read that one. I mean, I'm getting them, but I can't like read them in the middle of your conversation and then like interject. Like, I mean.
Okay, but can you do me just a tiny favor? Can you go to like it's literally it would be the last slide, and it's like the root cause. So you don't go through the whole report, just go to the root cause.
Yeah, can you tell me which link is it?
It should say, I sent it to you in the Discord, like in the.
No. I see all the links to him. I'm just asking which link is it? Which one? Is it the talkpoverty.org one? Is it the Pew Research one? Is it the Brookings.edu one? Is it which one?
It should say, 1 second.
Oh.
Okay. I sent you.
Oh, I see the Stanford one. Hold on, you just sent me this one.
Wie?
Yeah, but I think that. Do you want like an annotated
Macht es den unverwundbar?
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna read this whole.
Ach, die Scheiß-Ults von dieser neue Alter.
I said to go all the way to the bottom and then go to the root cause.
Well, okay, hold on. This is from 1965. What am I supposed to take from this?
You're supposed to take that the problems that they were having in 1965. We're still.
Das richtig rumgereicht wurde.
The summation of the study is that the biggest issue was absenteeism. So it wasn't like, oh, single moms are the problem. No, it was it's absenteeism, and this is the problem that I have. But especially when black men like to talk about black women, they drive hard to the hoop with this argument, like, why? First of all, if you're going to look at the black community and you're going to look at the issues in the black community, what you need to be honest about is the deficits in the black community are largely the result of absenteeism. When you're looking at the household and you're looking at children in a household without a father, you're psychologically speaking, there are psychological studies, sociology. Absenteeism is directly correlated to juvenile delinquency. It's directly correlated to addiction, poor academic attainment. It's like I don't understand how people are pointing.
Hat ein ganzes Screen überbrückt von einem 27 Zoll Monitor.
Emotional, psychological, and economic deficits are the result of absentee fathers, and even it doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I don't think Fnatic. I don't think anybody's trying to blame single moms.
Ich glaube, die Spiele nur auf 24 Zoll.
The blame is not just that to say that just black fathers are failing or just black men are failing misses the reasons of why they might be failing. I think is what his argument is.
Genau, was macht die
right,
Caitlyn
but
eigentlich? Sie
why
ist
they might be
deutlich zuerst
failing.
gemeint.
Again, if we're gonna go all the way back to the big bad whitey and the system and all this and that, like, at what point are black men just gonna say no? We actually have to change our culture, and family does matter. And then this is okay. Let me get this
oder? Muss
Marriage,
tot sein, ja.
nuclear families. These are the
Der Hacker geht gut auf.
any good community, progressive community, and society. If you take that away, you're going to have a degenerate community. What are black men doing to remedy this? So black men know that this is a problem, but collectively, what are they doing to either mentor young black boys? What are they? They're not doing anything at the collective level. They're not doing anything politically. This is what I'm saying.
Ich glaube, jetzt hat jeder von beiden mal das eine Varus gespielt, oder? Jeder hat mal Attack gespielt und jeder hat mal Lethality gespielt.
Ja.
Specific mentor programs, youth programs in the inner city. Those things are happening. It's just that again, sometimes those programs
Also es scheint auch nicht nur auf die Spieler bezogen zu sein.
Nö. Wie gesagt, der Varus will weder zu dem Aatrox müssen, noch zu dem Hacker müssen. Der will so weit wegstehen, wie er nur kann.
Na gut, Caitlyn outdamaged, outranged ja auch, oder?
No. You
can't have it both ways.
So I can acknowledge.
Wait, hold on, real quick. Hold on, Anna? Can I cut you off? Can I toss another itty bitty grenade in here and then finish?
Aber der Bart hat bisher überhaupt keinen Impact gehabt.
So I agree with you that all of those systemic problems, all of those issues exist 100%, right? Obviously, you know me, I'm your favorite progressive who plays the piano sometimes in your mouth. But I agree that those problems exist. Why is it? It would seem to me that being a woman and black makes you like doubly or quadruply fucked in the United States. Why does it seem like women have made more progress? Black women have made more progress addressing black issues in the black community than black men have. I think that's a question. Yeah, go. You might disagree with
oh God, what?
Yeah, absolutely. Because one, I don't think that's true.
The vast
majority of black men out-earn black women in the vast majority of households. Still, but I will say that there are specific things that are like our system is obviously designed and specifically.
Ist nicht schlimm. Ist okay. Ist nur der zweite Herald.
Right, like that's just the way that
Jetzt einfach nur nicht sterben, ne?
So if you look at something like when we can look at the disparity
between
sentencing for white and black people, and you'll see a great disparity.
But that's white and black people.
Literally,
That's
No, let me finish.
Flash Victor war das.
Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. Yes, you can see. Wait, let me finish my point. You can finish. Let me finish my point. You can look at the comparison by people and that's really
Jetzt gehen
great.
beide
But then if you
Ludens.
look at the comparison between men and women, it's insane.
Doch, die Akali will ihn hart engagen, das habe ich schon vorhin Crown gegangen.
Black men are still it's the comparison between men and women is dramatic.
Du machst nur direktes Matchup abhängig.
In dem Fall schon, glaube ich. Und wenn halt keinen wirklichen Nachteil hast im restlichen Team.
Ja, und gegen Hacker hat jetzt auch ihr Crown.
Ja, wenn der dich feart, da hilft dir keine Crown.
No, that's not the problem. It's that if you look at it, for example, when it comes to welfare, the system has always been significantly more empathetic and sympathetic towards women. So if you look at Well, if you look at for example, if you look at the jobs program, if you look at welfare programs and all of those things, that they're significantly more geared towards helping women. Hell, if you even look at what started the if you even look at the culture that started single-family households within black people, that can be directly tied towards a lot of the welfare systems, which there were a lot. I know, I got you. I don't care if you think it's a lie. Let me finish it and then respond like I've done you. And don't get mad every time you say don't try to tell me that I'm talking. Don't try to tell me that I'm talking to you like a child when you act like a child and petulantly interrupt me repeatedly. I got you. Maybe you can say that. Stop interrupting.
Der ist trotzdem tot, oder? Oh, Aatrox!
I got you. I bet you believe that. Anyways.
At least as a black man who's on your side, I got you. Just wait your turn, and then we can get him.
You're not on my side.
All right.
Hold on.
Okay, but let me finish my point. So look, if you look. Thank you.
Der
So
stirbt
if you
auch
look
noch.
at like the welfare
Der ist
programs that were
tot.
aimed
Nee, ist nicht
specifically at
tot.
making,
Was?
they specifically said that you could not get those welfare programs if you had a man in the home because it was only aimed at women. During that, obviously, now you want to talk about where culture is developed. During that time, when you're raised in a single family household, you're more likely to normalize to that because single parent households used to be incredibly stigmatized across all of society. But once you have an entire generation of people who have been politically disaffected and disenfranchised,
Was
and
rufen
then
die im
you give them
Hintergrund?
something that says, hey,
Wahrscheinlich
we'll give
TSM.
you
Ich habe keinen
assistance
Ton
so
an.
that you can still survive and feed your children, but you've got to make sure your man isn't in the home. So then those children are all raised in a single parent household without regular access to their father. That means that those little girls are going to see it more likely socially, right? That they're going to develop the attitudes that it's okay to raise your children singly because that's what's comfortable and known to them. Same for those black boys. They can see, my father wasn't there, and it's not such a bad deal if I'm not going to be there. You learn the culture from your upbringing and your environment. Environment shapes culture more so than any other thing. And so when that environment is caused by a design and a system, then you're more likely to see it perpetuate itself. And that's exactly
verheerend,
what led
dass
to
die
this
keine
culture.
Botlane haben, ne?
So now I get that it's up in
Oh, warum würdest du in eine Gewände rein?
Hey, it's still not a good idea. Again, I don't have any children out of wedlock. I want children. I'm getting up there in age. That's why I'm engaged now. But the idea is that I get that I was raised where I had my mother instilled what I would say pretty conservative values regarding that, which is why I was always so determined to do that. So I think it is cultural.
Okay, Fnatic. So let her go. Let her go. Go ahead.
Wait a minute.
Go ahead, girlfriend.
First and foremost, you said that black women have always institutionally or governments have always been more lenient with black women.
Not always. No, I didn't say always.
Right, but you failed to provide absolutely name one program that was only applicable to black women. One program.
Oh, come on! Der hatte Smite! Ich will die Wiederholung sehen. Macht der über 900 Damage?
Hat er Vision? Vielleicht ist das der Grund für das Lethality-Bild, Johannes. Sieht jetzt eigentlich gut aus für T1.
Gerade hat es nicht so gut ausgesehen, aber das ist ziemlich devastating.
Der Asia-Ult war insane.
Schön, wenn so ein Aatrox so ein Tausender Magic Shield kriegt. Das sieht fair aus.
Ich hätte jetzt gerade noch die Gesichter, wo der Stil kommt. Genau.
Er hat keine Vision.
Der hat keine Vision.
Und wir sehen den Damage nicht.
Ja, die sind schon. Was? Machen die jetzt Base Race? Nee.
Nee, die muss ich crossmappen. Die können das nicht verteidigen. Die müssen Inhib geben. Müssen sie Midlane verteidigen?
Willst du da schon Inhib abgeben, ist die Frage.
Ja, ist nicht so schlecht. Deine Caitlyn sollte da hin und dir danken. Aber die Caitlyn geht da nicht hin. Also, Pioshek ist echt greedy mit seinen Smites, ne? Dass der da nicht smitet, ist so greedy. Ich glaube nicht, dass der mehr als 1000 Damage gemacht hat.
You asked me a question and you're not letting me fully answer.
Ja, aber diese Kombination aus Zusammenhänge wieder, weißt, der hat ja keine Vision. Der einfach mal da blind rein.
15 seconds. Go ahead.
Thank you. When you can point to a program that is like hyper disproportionate, where it's like 90% or 95% are women and only 5% are men, then that's a thing. And I'm pretty sure the welfare program in the 60s was exclusive to Black women.
Okay, all right. Now you can rebut.
You're pretty sure about that, and unfortunately, you're wrong. So what you're talking about is the man out of the house rules. That's what we're talking about, right? Okay,
yeah.
So here's the
Was
thing
meinst du, wie viele TRX bei den Pick'ems richtig hatten?
Basically positing that Black women prefer government cheese to men who were providing in the household. And I'm here to tell you that that's not what it was. Cause and effect. The government saw that Black men, no men were there, first of all. Second of all, obviously Black women were at the mercy of their communities and their men. So what do you think the government is going to do? Obviously, these women are at the mercy of these men and their communities. Obviously, they're going to need to have... They're going to need to be some way. So yes, Black women were on welfare, but the man out of the house rule. First of all, do you know what year that law was overturned? Does anybody know?
No. Please tell us.
It was instituted in the 1960s. And
wait, I want to know when it was overturned. When was it overturned?
I don't know the exact year. What was that year?
Do you know, ma'am?
Abba, yo, Abba, why are you like this?
No, hold on. You just asked the question. I want to actually know that.
No, Abba, why are you like this?
I'm so confused. What's happening?
Why are you like this?
Hey, listen. I just came back and I heard you were mad at me. What did I do?
Well, we're derailing the combo into your personal beef, Abba? Is that what you're doing right now?
No, but she's super hostile towards me. I'm here to support.
Well, you sound sarcastic as fuck. I can't tell if you. I can't even tell if you're.
He's absolutely sarcastic.
Get out of here.
I'm gonna just say this really quick. Look. Okay, I'm a big fan, Abba. I appreciate you. I appreciate your content, but it seems like this might be the time for me to exit.
But I'll get to Abba later. Okay, so I believe it was overturned in 1968. So just so we're clear.
Wait, Annalisa, he says he wants to leave. I think he says he's done with you. You gotta let him affirm his batteries. Are you done, Fnatic?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm done. I just want to she can finish her point. I'll just let me give my point. Then you can get the last word. Okay?
No. Actually, let her finish her point, and then you can finish yours, and then we're done. Go ahead, Annalise, because I interrupted you. Finish your point.
I can't hear. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. I was just saying that Fnatic needs to leave, so he wanted to be able. So he said, finish your point, and he's gonna give you one last point.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear us?
I can always hear you. Always.
Okay, but can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. I'm always listening.
Hello?
Oh,
I don't think she can hear us.
Can you briefly tell me why she's so mad at me?
What? I think if I answer, she'll get mad at me.
Oh yeah. Okay, well, I mean, I feel like Destiny is a Black woman's name, so I think you should be.
That's why I'm safe. I'm just kidding.
I think.
Okay, so.
Okay, go ahead. Wait, can you hear us?
Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
The man out of the home rule was. Who said that?
Abba. Okay, Fnatic says he needs to leave, so he said finish your point, and then he's gonna give you one last point. We're gonna finish.
Okay, so my point to what he was talking about welfare, women did not choose welfare over. Like the idea that Black men really run with this narrative, like how remedial is it that women chose welfare to live in abject poverty versus having a man in the home who was providing and protecting them? Like, are you serious? What makes more sense, that they weren't providing anything, or that they were, and the Black women simply prefer to get less and to live in poverty? What makes more sense to you? You guys really think that Black women and here's the thing, if Black women really wanted to rely on welfare for the rest of their lives, because it was a Black woman who got that legislation overturned in 1968. So the man out of the home rule, it wasn't Black men who said, hey, we want to be in the home, we want to be in our children's lives, we want to take care of our families. It was Black women who advocated on behalf of having that overturned.
Okay, so Fnatic, go ahead, go with your closing point.
All right, thank you. So listen, you keep moving this goalpost because when I'm talking to you about what is, and then you start making these points about preference, obviously, you would want to, instead of being dependent on the system, you would want a person who's at home that would be able to provide for you and raise your children, and you guys would be a connected family unit. But again, you got to think that these laws were existing and were largely implemented during the time when there was a march on Washington again. Well, let me finish. Let me finish. Nigga, relax. Hold on. I'm gonna have to mute you. Lord have mercy. Let me finish a dang point. At the same time, when this was happening, it's when there was a march on Washington again
Die Killer den nicht so
for
schnell.
jobs and freedom. So the providing that you're talking
Wenn wieder stiehlt,
would
Alter.
normally come by way of jobs.
Oh, warum würdet ihr das noch feiern?
But when you recognize that there's a march on Washington that's happening,
Warum fightet ihr das noch? Ihr hattet's doch!
Eliminate racial discrimination in hiring practices. And affirmative action is a needed
Das sind jetzt halt da Nerven dabei, oder?
Ja.
This racism that's not allowing them to work, then yes, a lot of times this was a family decision made by both parties, where the man opted, rather than be stuck in a situation where I cannot provide, I'm not able to find any employment, so then I can't actually raise my children, in a situation that my children will starve. Yes, I would rather step out of the home and allow my wife to get the government funds necessary in order to go ahead and get that. And it's also asinine to me. It's wild as hell that you would say it was a sole black woman that overturned this law about in 1968 about the men out of the house laws, when you got to recognize that's directly on the heels of the Million Man March, the long hot summer of 19... The Million Man March, not the Million Man March, the March on Washington, the long hot summer of 1967, and all of the widespread countrywide protests that were happening at that time. But it had nothing to do with them.
This
is a long black
damage.
You have a very selective way of just completely ignoring all of history, ignoring all of data, ignoring all of facts, and just trying your best to implicate black men while ignoring all data, facts, and figures. It's absolutely absurd. You walk back points. First, you say it's had nothing to do with poverty. It's all culture. Then you go back and say, yes, it's poverty. Then you say, oh, it could be a matter of both. It's crazy to me. I don't think you have a cogent thought in your body, but thank you for at least trying to be decent half of this time. I love y'all. I gotta go. I'm out.
All right, we appreciate you. Thank you.
Listen, this is my thing.
Hold up.
The reason that I brought up.
Can I just say one thing?
No, hold on. The reason
go
that
ahead,
I brought up the woman out of
Jetzt hat die Caitlyn auch 3 Items.
And I don't know why he's acting like black men were like
Ja,
always
aber
there.
der Varus ist auf dem Weg zum Shot.
Were dependent on welfare is because black men were deserting them. It wasn't that it wasn't just like black men couldn't find jobs. They were deserting them. It could maybe they were deserting them because they couldn't find jobs. What I'm saying, cause and effect. The idea that black men run with the narrative that black women chose welfare over. No, black women chose living and being able to provide for their family because men could not.
And the men abandoned the families, right?
I would go fuck yourself.
Jesus.
Hold up. What?
I knew the behind the scenes stuff with Train, so I'm like,
I fought really hard because when I first covered, I was really unfavorable towards Pokey, and I thought that Pokey was done, but I never even considered for 1 second. I was about to lose it. I was about to start leaking everything I knew about everybody because it almost looked like that.
if people
owner of the social media giant Twitter, sending out a tweet that included a conspiracy theory about the attack on Paul Pelosi.
They're stealing Ukrainian children. 500 just yesterday were shipped to Russia. And this is why we should be supporting them. We cannot allow this kind of evil to go unchecked, just on a basic moral reason. I mean, don't you agree with that?
I'm sorry, I don't. And here's why.
Why?
Takeoff apparently wasn't even doing anything. I don't even think he was like meant to be shot at. One of the guys, apparently there were some mob people there.
Oh God. Okay. Jesus. GG. Kill die Karma, mach Baron, end it.
As well as federal charges tonight. There are also chilling new details from the federal affidavit, what the suspect told them he intended to do,
Baron?
saying Speaker Pelosi
Baron?
was his target, saying he hoped to send a message to other members of Congress.
What's up,
Saying he
Warum machen wir keinen Baron?
finding Paul Pelosi sleeping, demanding to talk to Nancy. The suspect had a hammer, zip ties, and tape. After surgery to repair his skull, we have learned that 82-year-old Paul Pelosi had more surgery over the weekend. He has now spoken to investigators, and tonight there are calls from leaders of both parties, Republicans and Democrats, urging lawmakers to tone down the rhetoric. ABC's Mola Lenghi leading us off from San Francisco.
Tonight, federal authorities detailing a shocking, politically motivated hammer attack on House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband, Paul, that fractured his skull. According to the affidavit, 42-year-old David DePape telling police that he was going to hold Nancy hostage and
vielleicht sogar klüger, oder?
Ja,
he was going to break her kneecaps.
Aber wäre das nicht beides gegangen einfach? Gäbe sie hier nicht eher die Gelegenheit, dass sie Baron einfach trade?
DePape also later explained that by breaking Nancy's kneecaps, she would then have to be wheeled into Congress,
Und das
which would
ist
show
Baron.
other members of Congress there were consequences to actions.
Ja.
DePape now facing federal charges of assault on an immediate
Ja, aber 4
family
gegen
member
5.
of a federal official and attempted kidnapping of a federal official. And late today in
Bitte
San
sag
Francisco,
mir, ihr habt
authorities
Vision.
here
Oh
announced a
Gott!
Die hätte einfach mit der pushen sollen.
Include attempted murder, residential burglary,
Nein, ich mache Baron an der Stelle und gehe danach für Drake.
false imprisonment of an elder,
Ja, ich meine
as well
gerade
as
danach,
threats
also
to a
dass
public
die
official
RX dann noch
and their
rübergeht
family.
zum Burn.
The federal affidavit claiming DePape told police that he broke into the house through a glass door early Friday. DePape stated that Pelosi was in bed and appeared surprised, adding he told Pelosi to wake up and that he was
Soul ist halt
looking
eigentlich auch
for
eine harte
Nancy.
Win-Condition,
Moments later,
oder?
at 2:23
Aber warum nicht
a.m.,
beides nehme?
Pelosi was able to go
Selbst
to the
wenn du...
bathroom, which is when he was able to call
Schlimmste, was
911.
passiert ist, du wartest 5 Minuten auf Mountain Soul.
How significant
Die haben sie ja nicht selber.
was it that Mr. Pelosi was able to get away for that moment and call 911?
I truly believe, based on what I know, that it was life-saving.
Ja,
According
wäre
to
auch
the
noch so ein
affidavit,
Punkt
DePape
gewesen.
had zip ties, tape, rope, and at least one hammer with him that morning. The evidence further shows that DePape assaulted Mr. Pelosi with DePape's own hammer.
When the police responded that the front door was opened, both men were holding on to one end of the hammer. There was an order to drop the hammer once the police realized what they were holding. The suspect then pulled it away, and that's when he attacked him with it.
And DePape's question to Paul Pelosi, according to sources, "Where's Nancy?" eerily similar to the chants made by the mob that attacked the Capitol on January 6th. Nancy! Oh, Nancy! Political leaders on both sides of the aisle condemning the attack. Former Vice President Mike Pence, who was in the Capitol on January 6th, along with Speaker Pelosi, tweeting, "This is an outrage," and "There can be no tolerance for violence against public officials or their families. This man should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law." Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell tweeting he's horrified and disgusted, adding he's grateful to hear that Paul is on track to make a full recovery. And President Biden.
But you can't condemn the violence unless you condemn those people who continue to argue the election was not real, that it's being stolen, that all the malarkey that's being put out there.
Malarkey! True! Tonight, authorities investigating social media posts they increasingly believe the suspect made, including wide-ranging, unfounded conspiracy theories, including the false claim that Biden lost the 2020 election. Within hours on social media, amid the news of the attack, authorities warning they were already seeing posts applauding the attack. And Elon Musk, the new owner of the social media giant Twitter, sending out a tweet that included a conspiracy theory about the attack on Paul Pelosi, taken down hours later without an apology or explanation. Though critics say,
what was that fucking shit? I feel like I only read a synopsis of it. That like they'd actually called a sex worker to their house and it went wrong. That was like the theory that he was tweeting about.
Image was already done, having sent it out to his 112 million followers.
We should be able to all engage
gay lover, yeah, Jesus,
in passionate political discourse, but still remain respectful of one another. Violence certainly has no place in San Francisco or in politics.
Well, the San Francisco District Attorney just completed her press conference here at her office where she announced those state charges. Meanwhile, Paul Pelosi remains at the ICU, recovering from surgery. Speaker Pelosi says his condition continues to improve. Enough so, David, that he has been able to speak to investigators and provide at least some details about the break-in and the subsequent attack.
They're stealing Ukrainian children. 500 just yesterday were shipped to Russia. And this is why we should be supporting them. We cannot allow this kind of evil to go unchecked, just on a basic moral reason. I mean, don't you agree with that?
I'm sorry, I don't. And here's why.
Why?
There are gangs that have overtaken Haiti. There is a cholera pandemic that was started by the UN. UN members...
Is that true?
...raped Haitians. A third of Pakistan was underwater. Should we go due to
Wait, what is that? What are we supposed to fix everything?
The climate crisis. Should we go and invade China because Uyghurs are in concentration camps? Tell me, articulate. And this is the question that I asked Matt Duss when this war first started. Until you can articulate to me what the rationale is behind where America intervenes and where it doesn't, and give me some kind of moral accounting that makes me believe that it's actually about moral commitments and realizing how much of our money and our resources in the richest country in the world can go to saving lives and increasing the quality of life for the most people, as opposed to a strategic military intervention for territory, resources, and political control. If you can articulate to me why this is truly the most deserving humanitarian case on the planet, as opposed to a continuation of these Cold War policies, we want our economic system, our oppressive, by the way, economic system to maintain global dominance, then I can start to entertain a conversation about what our intervention should be, how long, and how much. But there is nowhere in the entire public sphere that conversation is actually happening, and nowhere close to a rationalization that's been presented.
Damn, she posted this thinking she looks good here. Oh, I guess she probably does to her audience, huh? Jesus. I don't understand. Is the criticism that the U.S. government doesn't care about non-white crisis? The big problem rests on having this childlike understanding of the world. That things are either good or they're strategic. That if people are acting in ways that are geopolitically strategic, they must not be acting in ways that are good, which is stupid. It's a childlike understanding of politics.
Hardrocks und Hacker. Ihr müsst zur gleichen Zeit kommen und ihr müsst den Stile. Und du musst die allein killen hier. Oh Gott, okay.
So far as Ukraine is concerned, is pretty defensible. We want Europe to be a place where people aren't invading other people. Ukraine is getting invaded, therefore we help Ukraine. Like, there is geopolitical interest there. There's also peacekeeping interest across Europe, which is true. Like, you can't just say that, like, well, you've got some
okay.
That's not true. If you want to claim that we ought to help, like, Haiti and stuff too, that's
Jetzt könnt ihr fighten, ihr könnt es fighten, weil jetzt habt ihr wirklich ein Ding.
Help across the world until we, like, remedy every wrongdoing that us or the United Nations has done.
Sag mir, du hast eine Stopwatch. Sag mir, du hast eine Stopwatch. Bitte. Stirbt nicht.
Popular global crises. Yes,
Game, oder?
No, don't allow yourself to be
Baron hätte ich gesagt, oder?
Politically involved because there's some sort of moral
Okay.
3 down, 4 down, alle Minute
moral motivation. It can be both. Like, it's so weird. People have, like, the most one-dimensional view of, like, international crises. Like, there are probably countries that could help that don't represent as much of, like, a geostrategic interest, so there's not as much interest there in helping these people. That's true, and you can argue that, like, well, there should be more help for these people.
Schade.
But just because we're not
die haben gut gespielt, die ganze World, die haben sich verdient.
Die haben sich auch verdient, aber ich hätte es fake vergönnt.
That we would consider, like, allies. Didn't we have most people that BJG was rambling about anyway? Yeah, I don't know how much it's possible too. People in the chat are saying we have helped people in Haiti, and we have helped even people in Pakistan, which might be true. I don't know the extent of U.S. involvement there. So
that happened begs the question: what do you mean by happen? Because when you are dealing with fundamental realities and you pose a question, you have to understand that the reality.
Ich würde auch heulen. Na dann.
Mich ärgert es, dass die dann da immer so draufzoomen müssen.
Ja. Ist doch aber nicht schlimm.
Ich bin mal was essen.
Was gibt's?
Ahnung. Aber wahrscheinlich was Kaltes. Jetzt gibt es eine Dreiviertelstunde Essen.
Achso, ein Gute.
Bevor das Projekt jetzt endlich losgeht, noch eine wichtige Info. Es hat alles sehr, sehr viel Geld gekostet.
People are going to be watching that VOD for years to come until the servers go down. What a show from these two teams.
Death beats Carrier. They wanted the title together, but only one can walk home victorious. And Death has had to see so many of his former teammates succeed without him.
Oh Mann.
All of the emotion, the whole year boiled down to this. The group of friends that made the miracle run through all the objective steals.
Der macht sich jetzt halt Vorwürfe, weil er mit der Karma in die eine Trap da reingerannt ist, oder?
Untiltable, unassailable, DRX World Champions.
만족하지 못하고 좀 불만족스러운 경기를 많이 했다고 생각을 해요. 근데 결국 제가 마지막에 있는 거 보니까 제가 이때 동안 걸어왔던 길들이 결국 제가 이 자리에 있게 하기 위해서 그렇게 힘들고 했던 것 같아요. 되게 영광스러운 자리를 제가 하게 돼서 너무 기분 좋은 것 같습니다.
So we always have this mindset in our mind, regardless of this, size of the stage we're going on, it's a glorious stage. So I just wanted to make sure that we are having fun, we are enjoying the moment. It doesn't have to be winning or losing. We wanted to just enjoy playing this game. And looking back my regular split, I was underperforming. I was not happy with how I performed, but now I'm the last.
Vor allem gab es das schon mal, dass einer von der ja, ist nicht Group Stage, die Dinge davor durch
Play-ins.
Play-ins, danke. Dann anschließend Weltmeister geworden ist. Ich glaube nicht, oder?
10 years of fighting for this, milestone after milestone after milestone, this tournament so far, but now the highest honor in League of Legends. What does it mean to you to finally be able to call yourself a League of Legends world champion?
데프트 선수 정말 축하드립니다. 10년간의 정말 커리어 끝에 이렇게 리그 오브 레전드
Bei Owner nochmal nachtreten.
자리에 오르게 되었는데요. 이번
Highest
토너먼트를
Owner.
통해서 계속해서 새로운 기록을 세우고 새로운 기록을 세운 끝에 이렇게 월드 챔피언이 되셨습니다. 마침내 월드 챔피언이 되신 소감 부탁드립니다.
나이도 먹어서 이제 울면 안 되는데 자꾸 울어가지고 죄송하고.
So viel Disrespect von SKT, dass er alles durchlasse. Holy shit.
사실 이 자리에서
Weil Disrespect war das nicht.
Was dann? Haben sie alles übersehen aus Versehen?
Nee, aber das war... Die haben ja selber... Die wollten ja selber diesen Varus.
Ja, aber Varus ist nicht auf dem gleichen Level wie Asir, Aatrox und da war noch irgend sowas dabei.
Ja, Kate.
Kate?
Die haben einfach gedacht, die traden die Kate. Glaube ich. I don't know. Kate ist ja auch nicht wirklich aufgegangen. Die Kate ist nur aufgegangen, weil das Game dann... Also nee, eigentlich hat sie nicht viel Impact gehabt.
Es geht weniger um die Kate, es geht um Asia und Aatrox.
Er hat es jetzt... Aatrox ist ein Band. Aber die Gwen sah stepwise gar nicht so schlecht aus.
Ja.
I don't know. Aber dadurch, dass sie es verlieren, obwohl sie diesen Baron-Stil hatten, spricht schon ordentlich für Draftive.
Sie haben es gut gespielt, aber ich hab gedacht, das ist klarer.
Ja, aber waren geile Games. Ich bin ja froh, dass wir keine Yumi gesehen haben.
There was one thing that I wanted
Ist
to
eigentlich
say
Deft
once
oder
I get up the stage after
beide
winning
von
the
rechts?
World's Finals, which was I'm the best player in the world. But today I got to realize myself being the best player doesn't matter. It's about our team being the best team in the world, and today we were the best team. And I want to say thank you to all the players, all the coaching staff, everyone worked for DRX, and also obviously all the fans out there. Thank you.
Well, everyone played their heart out today, and not in the least Zeka. Zeka, what an unbelievable year and what an unbelievable rise to the top. There were many that doubted you along the way in the past, but you proved them all wrong today. How does it feel
All
to
wrong
become
today.
a world champion?
제카 선수 또 올 한 해 정말 눈부신 성력을 보여줬고 또 정말 엄청난
네.
퍼포먼스를 이번 월드에서 보내주셨는데요. 이렇게
Der
많은
Hype
분들이
ist schon
과거에
ordentlich
제카
aus.
선수를 의심했지만 이번 자리에서 우승을 통해서 그들이 모두 틀렸다는 걸 증명하셨습니다. 소감이 어떠신가요?
일단 설명할 수 없는 기분이고 사실 저도 울고
Bin ich eigentlich mit
싶은데 옆에
Spule?
설경이 너무
It's impossible to describe how I'm
Was
feeling
willst du
right
noch
now.
raus?
I almost felt like I was crying, but at the same time, Death was crying so much. So thank you, Death, for taking my spare of crying. And I want to say thank you to all my teammates for working so hard, and thank you, everyone.
Okay. It was quite a difficult series for you in the beginning, but it is unbelievable how you turned it around. Can you tell me about keeping your focus and keeping...
Bevor das Projekt jetzt endlich losgeht, noch eine wichtige Info. Es hat alles sehr, sehr viel Geld gekostet. Das muss natürlich finanziert werden durch passende Sponsoren. Von daher gibt es pro Folge jetzt einen 30 Sekunden Werbeslot. Der macht das Ganze erst möglich. Ihr supportet das damit, guckt es euch also an und spart an der einen oder anderen Stelle noch ein bisschen was. Wie sollte es anders sein? In Folge 1 natürlich Rhino Shield als Partner mit am Start. Die haben damals schon in Schweden die erste Staffel überhaupt erst möglich gemacht, haben mich auf vielen Touren unterstützt und wir haben diverse Outdoor-Tests, ja, extrem Outdoor-Tests mit dem Handy gemacht. Hier ein kleiner Einblick. Und rauf auf den Stein.
Es wird nur dreckig, aber kaputt geht's nicht.
Man nehme eine rostige Machete, eine Rhino Shield Hülle und ein Handy. Man kann das Ganze
Sieht schön aus, Klo.
malträtieren. Das klingt sehr unangenehm, aber das Handy bleibt heile. Ganz ehrlich, wir hatten wirklich ein bisschen Angst, dass es nicht überlebt hat. Deswegen Hülle ab. Aber das Handy ist wie neu. Es ist nichts dran. Es hat mal wieder funktioniert. Wenn ihr euer Handy also optimal schützen wollt, gönnt euch eine Hülle von Rhino Shield. Mit dem Rabattcode 7NewsWhite spart ihr 17%. Und den Link dazu findet ihr im angepinnten Kommentar und der Videobeschreibung.
Simsalabim. Da bin ich wieder. Hallo.
Okay, somebody I'm seeing.
Staffel 1 war kalt, nass und hart. In der Wildnis von Schweden durften wir Angst, Verzweiflung und Glück gemeinsam mit 7 Kandidaten erleben. Am Ende schafften es 3 von ihnen, die 7 Tage durchzustehen. Bei dieser Staffel ändern sich ein paar Kleinigkeiten. Wie in Staffel 1 werden 7 Kandidaten für volle 7 Tage alleine ausgesetzt. Allerdings hat im Vorfeld eine Selbsteinschätzung darüber entschieden, wie viele Gegenstände jeder Teilnehmer mitnehmen darf. Die Gegenstände wurden im Vorfeld zusammen mit Erste-Hilfe-Sets und Kommunikationstechnik in einem Dry Bag an dem jeweiligen Ort der Aussetzung platziert. Mittels GPS-Sender müssen die Teilnehmer täglich durch einen Code Green bestätigen, dass sie am Leben sind. Ein Code Yellow bedeutet einen Abbruch, ein Code Red einen Notfall. Das Öffnen des Medikits führt zu Punktabzug. Außerdem gibt es jeden Tag eine Challenge, die bewältigt werden kann. Die höchste Gesamtpunktzahl aus allen Challenges bestimmt den Gewinner.
So, wieder da.
Die Regeln verpasst, ne?
Ja, die kenne ich, glaube ich, schon.
Das Probleme. Jetzt sind wir im Fernsehgeschäft.
Participants welcome to 7 vs. Wild.
Oh, das ist Ed Stafford! Das ist der! 60 Tage auf der Insel, wo er den Sting verliert, den Zahn, das ist der. Ja, siehst du, stimmt. Das ist der!
My name's Ed Stafford and I've travelled all over the world in tropical areas and had to handle many difficult situations. Over the next 7 days, you will experience firsthand how tough that can be. Otto, Joris, Nova, Sabrina, Saskia, Nossi and Fritz. Some of you are experienced, others less so. In the end, however, it all comes down to just one thing, the will to persevere. I hope all of you will make it through the 7 days, and I wish you an exciting and unique experience. Good luck.
Tower, Tomcat 707, requesting clearance for departure. Over.
Get ready for the jungle!
Gott.
Ja. Das klingt schon mal scheiße.
Das Problem. Alle meine mehr Shit, mehr Ding ist immer besser. Das ist wie jede Trash-TV-Sendung jetzt. Ja, ich wollte auch schon immer Helikopter sehen.
Ich hätte einfach nichts verändern sollen.
Ja.
War gut, wie es war.
Jens Knossi Knossalla, König des Internets, Entertainer, Schreihals. Knossis loses Mundwerk.
Jetzt haben sie da noch irgendeinen RTL-Moderator oder was? Wo das Ganze kommentiert.
Ist das nicht der Doku-Moderator?
Doch Ruhm, Anerkennung und Applaus gibt es im Dschungel nicht. Wird er 7 Tage mit sich selbst verbringen können?
Hört sich irgendwie an, wie wenn es so ein... Ahnung... Da... So ein Sketch-Ding oder wenn einer da auf die Fresse fliegt, wie heißen die Dinger? So, die Gegenstände sind auf der Insel.
Ja.
Das sieht gut aus. Panama. Oh, das 7 vs. Wild Ding, das wird mich aufregen.
Dieses 7 vs. Wild.
Genau das.
Ja, das regt nur dich auf. Die haben das nicht gehört. Aber für uns haben sie es unbedingt reinmachen müssen.
Enttäuschend. Ich habe mich da echt drauf gefreut bisher.
Palmen, Süßwasser, geh rundherum. Ich hoffe, du machst es. 7 Tage, Bro. Alles Gute. Du schaffst es.
Ich hab das gut geschafft. Ich hab gedacht, ich glaub auch. Ich muss kurz warten, bis ich reden kann. Ich hoffe, es ist fast abgenug. Ich hab echt heftig. Ich sterbe. Ich möchte dich übertragen. Glaub mir. Ich komm gleich. Kurz schlafen. Kurz.
Geht es jetzt die ganze Zeit so weiter.
Halt einer nach dem anderen bei epischer Musik aus dem Ding geschmissen.
Was meinst du?
Da wird jetzt einer nach dem anderen bei epischer Musik aus dem Helikopter geschmissen.
Ja, das war's. Bis zum Ende, oder was?
Dann
Ja,
wieder.
bis zum Ende.
Das ist die erste Folge, oder was?
Ja, nur das Aussetzen.
Hör doch auf.
Antonia Starlet-Nova. Streamerin, Frohnatur, Schmuckdesignerin. Von vielen wird sie als die Schminktussi abgetan. Durch ihre Zusage wurde allerdings klar, sie hat deutlich mehr Mumm als so mancher Internet-Hater. 15 Jahre verbrachte sie bei den Pfadfindern. Was sind das schon 7 Tage, oder?
Wie viel damit? 3 Meter oder was sind das?
Ja, wahrscheinlich 3 Meter. Aber. Ultra tief. High Deck.
Das war anstrengender als gedacht. Aber ich bin hier. Hey, ich habe einen richtig geilen Spot. Oh mein Gott. Was ist Wasser? Oh, bitte. Sorry, dass ich außer Atem bin. Oh mein Gott, ich bin so dankbar. Ich werde jetzt einmal ganz kurz Luft schnappen und mich ausziehen. Oh, oder?
Of the concepts of your question when you're digging that deep are just as questionable as what you're questioning. You know, so people say to me, do you believe in God? And I think, okay, there's a couple of mysteries in that question. What do you mean do? What do you mean you? What do you mean believe? And what do you mean God? And you say as the questioner, well, we already know what all those things mean, except belief in God. And I think, no, if we're going to get down to the fundamental brass tacks, we don't really know what
Vielleicht zu hoch?
Kommentare gab es bei der ersten Staffel so nicht, oder?
Hat die nicht selber gemacht? Dürfte man nicht sehen.
Es ist nicht mehr.
Ja, wenn das so weitergeht, guck ich nicht.
Anschauen werde ich schon, aber ich weiß nicht, ob ich es feiere.
Muss man mal verarbeiten.
Wo ist der angemalt?
Ja, aber vorher schon. Du warst ja so im Flughafen.
Ich melde mich gleich. Ich muss erstmal Luft rein.
Dann geht die Folge.
27 Minuten. Siehst du jetzt schon von hier oben oder was?
Fritz Meinecke. Abenteurer, Skandalnudel, Gemeinecke. Als Gewinner der ersten Staffel steht Fritz unter besonders hohem Leistungsdruck. Jeder Schritt wird von der Community genau beobachtet. Im Gegensatz zu Schweden sind seine Erfahrungen im Dschungel begrenzt. Wie viel steckt wirklich hinter dem Motto Life begins at the end of your comfort zone?
Das hat schon 3 Millionen Aufrufe. What the fuck?
Bevor das...
Kritiker würde mich fast mehr interessieren wie das Ding.
Willkommen bei Seven vs. Wild Panama. Holy shit.
Im Nachgang, während sie sich gedacht haben, hätten wir doch andere Mikros genommen.
5 Minuten Zeit nehmen, runterkommen.
Ich glaube, wenn's Mikro nass ist, hast du damit nichts wirkliche Chance.
Pinkeln gehen und erstmal wirken lassen. Nicht überhastet rangehen, sondern ankommen. Und Mutter Natur heißt uns herzlich willkommen. Das ist ein Wasserspot. Also die anderen hatten krass viel Todesfallen. Die hatten teilweise Strand.
Jedes Mal ist er der Ärmste.
Nicht mehr was Schönes. Da drüben ist riesen
Phänomenal.
Geil. Riesiger Spielplatz. Ist geil.
Er hat halt vielleicht 5% gesehen, ne?
Er hat gar nichts gesehen. War ja eine Maisplantage direkt um die Ecke.
Ach, das ist der Wildcard-Gewinner da.
Der was?
Gab so eine Wildcard.
Joris. Community Wildcard, Hobbybiologe, Jungspund. Joris hat schon so manchen Dschungel gesehen. Als Vertreter der Zuschauer sollte seine Motivation entsprechend hoch sein, die 7 Tage zu meistern. Outdoor und Bushcraft waren bisher allerdings nur ein Nebenprodukt seiner biologischen Forschungsreisen. Wie schlägt sich der Neuling?
Erstmal Bauchplatscher. Oh ne, das hat nur so ausgesehen. Ah, da kommt ein.
Ja, aber elegant war es nicht. Im Gesicht ist er, glaube ich, schon ein bisschen.
Ja, am Ende schon. Der hat sich nach vorne beugt.
Jetzt bin ich gespannt, ob das noch andere covern. Also.
Ob es noch andere auf Stream gucken dürfen.
Nee, auf Stream ist es, glaube ich, so, dass es ja sogar gewollt ist, aber halt erst 24 später Content. Aber ich meine, ob es eine englische Version mal davon gibt oder sowas. Weil das ist ja jetzt alles für deutsche Community, weißt du, du kannst das ja noch viel mehr.
Ja, es kommt auch an, ob es Subtitle hat.
Nein, ich meine Nachahmer, weißt du.
So meinst du? Das vielleicht ist er auch gar nicht der Erste. Aber letztes Mal habe ich gesagt, er war der Erste.
Scheiße. Geil. Okay. Erstmal gucken. Landung war gut. Schwimmen war okay. Ich habe gesagt, ich Gegenstrom. Alter. Genialer Spot. Ich hoffe, jetzt nicht Frischwasser. Das heißt, wenn ich...
Ja, das würde ja schon keinen Sinn machen, weil in den Vorgesprächen haben sie gesagt, dass die Spots nicht so, die sollen alle relativ ähnlich sein. Weil es ja in der ersten Staffel gab es ja das Problem, dass der eine bei seinem Spot eigentlich nur Scheiße gefressen hat. Wenn die jetzt alle Frischwasser haben, blöd gesagt, und der meine geht da nicht, wäre auch schon wieder komisch.
Hat Frischwasser auch gesagt, dass ihm fehlt, oder was?
Und der hat im Prinzip ja bloß erzählt, dass er was von 2... Nee, er hat gesagt, er hat nichts außer die Palme da, oder?
Macht Sascha nur, ob sein Bizeps die 7 Tage übersteht. Solche Muskelberge sind schön anzusehen, aber verbrauchen eine Menge Energie. Wird ihm sein Adoniskörper zum Verhängnis?
Bei dem ist wenigstens ein bisschen höher.
Deutlich höher, hätte ich gesagt.
Das waren locker 7, 8, 9 Meter.
Also meine 5 Minuten rausgesprungen. Adios, Freunde. Ciao.
Also der Spot sieht am kargsten aus, ehrlich gesagt, gerade.
Wo bin ich hier?
Ja.
Scheiße. Wo sind die Palmen? Das ist keine einzige Palme. Keine einzige Palme, da ist nichts. Da ist nichts. Scheiße.
Ja, das wird sich komplett widersprechen. Schauen wir mal. Ja, alles ein bisschen versteckt, oder?
Geil. Ein schöner Shot.
Die Landschaft ist cool, ja. Da ist jetzt da noch drin.
Auto.
Und nur die.
Sabrina Outdoor. Outdoor-YouTuberin, Newcomerin, Grinseback.
Die habe ich glaube schon gesehen. Ich glaube, das ist die Bogenschützin, die immer in den Wald geht.
Zum Thema Outdoor. Nach kurzer
Also nicht.
Zeit kaufte sie ihren eigenen Wald. In der Vergangenheit zeigte sie bei Projekten wie dem Ocean Warrior ihren Kampfgeist. Wird der Dschungel sie brechen?
Die fliegt als erstes raus. Muschel.
Jetzt gefunden?
Vielleicht auch nicht. Bei Sichtzimmer.
Letzte Abenteuer beginnen, ey. Oh mein Gott.
Jetzt zusammengeschnitten. Fritz, oh mein Gott.
Den Heli interessiert doch jetzt kein Mensch mehr, wenn da noch einer drin ist.
Oh. Das war krass. Ne? Bin ich froh, dass ich das angeguckt habe.
War's das jetzt?
Ja, ist fast vorbei.
Ausgesetzt auf einer tropischen Insel kämpfen 7 Kandidaten
I don't
7
know.
Tage ums Überleben. Sie treten an, um wilden Tieren,
Oh,
giftigen
Krokodile.
Pflanzen und Naturgewalten
Das ist
zu
nett da
trotzen.
unten.
Wer nach 7 Tagen noch übrig ist und die meisten Punkte in den Tageschallenges gesammelt hat, ist der Gewinner.
Was brauchst du in Bogen? Du darfst doch eh nichts jagen.
Kontakt zur Außenwelt.
Vielleicht ist das so eine Tageschallenge.
Das fühlt sich gerade an, als würde das so nicht mehr lange gehen, muss ich sagen.
Ich glaube, ich kann nicht mehr.
Bitte.
Also ich glaube, meine Grenze ist jetzt erreicht.
Ja, ein Raptorzahn dabei.
Jede Minute kämpfe ich.
Kralle.
Mit mir.
Ich hasse es gerade. Ich find's nicht geil.
Warum kommen jetzt die ganze Zeit so Negativschutz?
Das hier.
Du hypst dich, was alles zu erwarten hast.
Ich würde jetzt so gerne einfach mal meine Liebsten in den Arm nehmen.
Oh, ich hab recht. Die geht jetzt.
Nein, wenn der Dschungel weint!
Wann bricht deine Psyche?
Welcome to the jungle! Ich habe gekämpft ohne Ende.
Ach.
7 vs. Wild.
Die erste Staffel aus, so hast du auch gar nichts anderes gesehen als das Aussetzen? No.
Ah, ist das nicht mehr.
So.